The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
So the Trump administration is saying that one federal judge can't dictate national policy for everyone, while opponents say the alternative would be legal chaos. Now, the use of these sweeping injunctions has been growing significantly in recent years. There have been 39 of them so far, blocking President Trump's policies in his second term.
Harvard loses any way you look at this. Even if they win the court battle, how are they going to get funding over the next several years for the research money? And as much as any school since World War II, Harvard has become very dependent on money from the federal government for research and development. So even if they win in court, the feeling is they're probably going to lose in the long run, because where will the funding come next year and the next year? You hope sanity will return to Congress, but doubtful.
So we survived until the 1960s without universal injunction.
That's exactly correct. And in fact, those were very limited and very rare even in the 1960s. It really exploded in 2007.
Russia was celebrating. France was celebrating. Everybody was celebrating but us. And we're the ones that won the war. They helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese, too. I want to really make a lot of money, pay off debt, and just get it, and then you do it, the fund, you know. These people have no debt, and I'd rather pay the debt off and then do the fund after the debt's paid off.
I look out into this audience, and I truly see the eyes of American strength, the eyes of American deterrence, the eyes of Americans who put America first.
What is your concern if the court says no nationwide injunctions?
Well, then you're going to have lawsuits effectively filed in every single state. It's going to tie up the courts, and individuals may lose their protections under the Constitution if that happens.
The Obama and Biden administrations opposed national injunctions, arguing judges in conservative states like Texas, where opponents chose to file lawsuits, were dictating national policy. Now the shoe is on the other foot.
It would be harder to beat them if they were normal on things. It shows that they're almost insane. And they do suffer from Trump derangement syndrome at a high level. And I guess I'm honored by that. As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them, but I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary.
I was wearing a green uniform, Border Patrol agent, for 5 years before she was even born. This administration's done more to protect her district than she has. The number of criminal aliens we took off the streets in New York made her community much safer. She ought to love her community more than she hates Trump.
No visit to the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free, and the patriots of the United States Army, Navy, Space Force, the Marines, and, of course, the United States Air Force. All of you are the tip of the spear in the fight against the enemies of civilization. If you buy a car made in America and you borrow money to buy the car, you get a tax deduction on your interest payments. That's a big deal. That's a huge game changer for the car industry. So I'm thrilled to be here with the men and women who embody American strength and pride, the warriors of the United States Armed Forces. You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country here live in the Bitcoin.com studio, your gateway to democratized finance. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Lots to cover today as President Trump continues his barnstorming in the Middle East. He's in the United Arab Emirates right now. He started in Saudi Arabia, then in Qatar, and then in the UAE. We have our eyes closely on that. We have a very important show for you today. Coming up in the second hour, for the entire hour, we have Brett Weinstein about the COVID shot and about many other important topics, artificial intelligence, President Trump, and saving the West. You are going to want to listen to that. So if you are in the car and you have a meeting or an appointment, make sure you subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast for what will be a very important conversation. We have a live picture-in-picture right now of what is happening in, I believe, the Royal Palace in either Abu Dhabi or Dubai. President Donald Trump was given an exclusive tour of the major mosque in Abu Dhabi, a very holy site in Islam. And I'm going to cover more about the international trip because there's some big takeaways there. But there's other news happening here domestically. Right now, the Supreme Court is hearing a case that matters on two levels. It's a major day at the United States Supreme Court. The case in question is Trump v. Casa. The case concerns birthright citizenship. One of the first orders of the Trump administration was an announcement that this administration is henceforth reinterpreting the meaning of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment dates back to the end of the Civil War. Its first clause reads, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Now, the Trump administration announced that from now on, the children of illegal immigrants, tourists, and temporary guest workers are not automatic U.S. citizens. That order didn't take effect, though, and that's the other issue being debated today. The matter of nationwide injunctions. Pretty much instantly after the Trump executive order, a district court judge issued a nationwide injunction. That's where a single district court judge, whose jurisdiction is just one state or even part of one state, blocks a law or order from being implemented nationwide. You see, nationwide injunctions used to be rare. There were just 6 of them under George W. Bush's term. There were 12 of them during Obama's presidency, but there were 64 of them in Trump's first term. And at this current pace, he might top that figure in the first year of his second term. Nationwide injunctions mean that one lone federal judge or a small group of them can entirely block everything the Trump administration wants to do, even if their legal pretext is somewhat flimsy. And that means if something happens in Maryland, they're not just issuing an injunction of the Maryland jurisdiction. All of America must stop the implementation of said law because of what happens in Maryland. It's a nationwide injunction for something where the violation or the thing in question is happening locally. You see, they could create a new parallel court system whose only purpose is handling requests for nationwide injunctions. There's a lot they could do. There's a lot of good ideas out there, but they might not be necessary. Because an obvious question is this, and this is the fundamental question, and I'm glad we're actually getting this out of the way in the first 6 months of the Trump administration. And I'm glad we're getting it done quick. It's very important. The question is this: if a district court judge's jurisdiction is only over his or her own district, how can they have the power to issue a nationwide order? Arguably, they shouldn't. And that's what the Supreme Court just heard in oral arguments today. And of course, we should be clear, Congress could fix this. We control Congress, and we should not let Republicans off the hook. What are they doing all day long? Hello? Congress, get off your tail. Fix this. Enough hearings and enough showboating. Pass a bill right now fixing the circuit and district court system. I don't know if you need to break the filibuster for that. That's a very interesting question. The purpose of the 14th Amendment at the time was passed was to deal with the matter of freed slaves. And this all goes back to the core question of now birthright citizenship. So there's 2 things. First, we're talking about nationwide injunctions. Secondly, we're talking about birthright citizenship. Because the question of birthright citizenship is arguably a question of if America gets to be a country. The amendment made it clear that freed slaves and their children were full U.S. citizens. America would not be a country with a permanent underclass of people denied citizenship. That was a good thing. We support that. But in the 160 years since this amendment, it has been exploited by the left, of course, for a far more pernicious purpose. The left will tell you that the Supreme Court ruled definitively more than a century ago that all people born in America, including those born to tourists and illegal immigrants, are citizens. The case in question was called the Wong Kim Ark case. Wong Kim Ark was a man born to non-citizen Chinese immigrants who had to settle in the United States. The court ruled that Ark, being born in America, was a citizen. But here's the distinction. And the left they think they have this one all dead to rights, and they're wrong. Wong Kim's parents were legal U.S. residents. Nobody disputed that. They weren't criminals who had just broken into the country. They weren't tourists who simply flew to Guam from China for 5 days so they could have a baby and give them a U.S. passport. You see, the question is, do non-U.S. citizens get the children of non-U.S. citizens and criminals get U.S. citizenship? Currently, the answer is yes. And this is President Trump's phenomenal moral courage. He is asking the question while we still control the U.S. Supreme Court. You understand that people will board flights 8 months pregnant from Beijing, fly into San Francisco for a 60-day vacation, go to a local San Francisco hospital, give birth, and that is called birth tourism. Did you know that last year there were 225,000 babies born to illegal immigrants? That's more than babies born in all but 2 U.S. states taken individually. So nearly 250,000 people are becoming U.S. citizens for no good reason whatsoever. Do you know we're one of the few countries in the industrialized world that actually has this practice? France, New Zealand, and Australia have all abandoned birthright citizenship in the past few decades. Ireland was the last country in the European Union to follow the practice, ending it in 2005. Framers of the 14th Amendment, and one of the biggest pushers of the 14th Amendment, was a man by the name of Lyman Trumbull, Senator Lyman Trumbull, considered the driving force behind the amendment, specifically stated that at the time that the citizenship clause does not encompass individuals still owing allegiance to any other country. So the designer of the 14th Amendment in the U.S. Constitution said that this should not apply to the children of illegal aliens or of temporary tourists. 2 Supreme Court cases have upheld that the 14th Amendment excludes citizens of foreign countries. The Slaughterhouse case in 1872 and Elk v. Wilkins in 1884. This is a loophole that no one has had the courage to actually challenge. And the left thinks that there's no way that it applies that. No. There's a lot more to this than you might realize. It's going to require, though, a little bit of intestinal fortitude from either John Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett. So if there's someone to pray for either John Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett to go with Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas. American Indians and their children did not become citizens until 1924, with the passage of the Indian Citizenship Act, despite being born on American soil. So why would they need this law if simply being born within the U.S. automatically granted someone citizenship? Birthright proponents like to point to the 1898 Supreme Court case, United States v. Wong, but conveniently forget that even then, the children's Chinese parents, as I said, were here legally, lawfully, and permanently. This right here would be a major victory for the country and is a question whether or not we are still a country. It is insane that you could stop in Guam for a week, have a baby, and that baby is handed a U.S. passport. That dilutes the idea of what a country is, and I pray the Supreme Court will rule accordingly. Z-Factor. It's amazing. You guys should check it out. It's a great way to get to sleep. You've tried counting sheep, warm glasses of milk, even those weird meditation apps. By now, it's time to stop trying and start sleeping. Go to Z-Factor from Relief Factor and offers a real solution for sleepless nights. It helps relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free, and Z-Factor is from Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. See how Z-Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF or go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. 1-800-4RELIEF. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you the sleep that you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. This is one of the most important Supreme Court cases in modern history. We'll be right back.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I have to play the recap sizzle of what Y-Refi helped make possible. Just a reminder, Y-Refi is private student loan refinancing, not available in all 50 states. If you know anybody that has private student loan issues, you got to go to yrefi.com. Look what Y-Refi helped make possible. yrefi.com. Play cut 341.
Anyone who identifies as a woman.
I get asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election? We want a country based on content and merit. You are a perfect reminder why we won in November. So thank you for that. The American left in one picture. They are intolerant. They are mean. They are ugly on the inside. And they are losing. And we are winning in this country, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. That is Bitcoin.com studio, Bitcoin.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. This is a powerful clip. This is a C-SPAN caller who drops a truth bomb about how Chinese women are flown to America and they get citizenship for their babies and then return to China and raise them loyal to the Chinese Communist Party. All the while, that baby has a U.S. passport and can come into our country at any time and infiltrate the nation. This is a national security threat. Not only is this morally wrong, is it constitutionally wrong, is it culturally wrong, this is a threat to our U.S. national security. So a baby gets a U.S. passport, goes back and becomes a loyal operative of the Chinese Communist Party, can then come to our country at any time, not on a student visa. That is a U.S. citizen, not a permanent resident. They can vote. And as a sleeper cell to the United States of America, and again, France doesn't allow this, Ireland doesn't allow this, no other country allows you to do this except America. It's an outrageous relic of left-wing activism. Let's play cut 394.
I'd like to know if your guest knows what a Chinese maternity house is. They're houses where the Chinese government takes citizens that when they're in their 7th or 8th month, they ship them here for a month. They let them have their children. And then once they have their children, they take them back to China, where now they're U.S. citizens, but they're raised in China. They're loyal to China. We know they're doing it, but they're still getting away with it.
Chinese maternity houses. And no one is questioning it. No one is saying, hey, this is probably a bad idea. Right now, there are protests outside the U.S. Supreme Court calling President Trump a racist for doing this. So that President Trump is racist because he signed an executive order. Your R word doesn't mean anything to us anymore. We roll our eyes. We shrug our shoulders. He's commander-in-chief protecting our country. But even beyond the national security aspect, which is massive, by the way, I want you to think about that. Let me just go one step further. Could you imagine if you're like a Iranian terrorist and you want to be able to get a future terrorist U.S. passport? Woo. Just think about how many sleeper cells have U.S. passports now because of this. And we know why the left wants it. They want it as a way to make the illegals undeportable. They want to be able to change the body politic of the country. It's very simple. The Democrat Party and the left cannot win popular opinion because the people are sovereign. So you change the people. It's that simple. You just change the body politic. You change the material of what is the sovereign. You dilute the influence of native-born Americans. You bring in a bunch of people from around the world and give them U.S. passports. You want a passport and you get a passport, or you have a baby and you get a passport. The other element of this, which of course is less talked about, is that if birthright citizenship gets struck down, the incentive the incentive to then break into this country goes down dramatically. The incentive to overstay your visa goes down dramatically because then your kid doesn't get a special award and reward for you breaking the law. So this is the right thing on multiple different levels. And it's not as if we're thinking of something radical the rest of the world is not doing. The rest of the world is laughing at us. That you can come here with a bunch of money on a first-class flight, totally pregnant, have a baby, and boom. And then even beyond that, you can break into America without warrant or invitation. You could border jump and cut in line, not be here, and in violation of 8 U.S.C. 1312, which requires you to tell the government where you are, why you're there, and to notify the government of your movement. So you're violating the law. You are a felon on a daily basis, 8 U.S.C. 1312. And then even though you are a felon, you can have a baby, and that baby then becomes what President Trump aptly put it. We should get that piece of tape, by the way, because he said it so beautifully back in 2015, and he was attacked. Remember what he said? Remember what President Trump said? He hasn't used this term in a long time. Anchor baby. And it's exactly what it is. We got to get rid of anchor babies. And I do have to put one more final point. I think it's very important. This is how much the conservative movement has changed over 10 years. For the better. 10 years ago, it was incomprehensible to say that we should get rid of birthright citizenship. People would scour in the DC Republican elite. Oh, don't say that. They'll call you a racist. I remember 10 years ago when Trump brought it up, I was only 3 years into this. I was 21 years old. I did not even have thick enough skin for this. The Overton window has returned back to common sense and decency, and President Trump deserves enormous and repeated and public thanks for that. Because 10 years ago, it was like Ann Coulter. That's it. She was like the only one that was talking about getting rid of birthright citizenship. Now it's at the U.S. Supreme Court, potentially, possibly, hopefully, prayerfully being repealed. Be right back.
to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is wrapping up his tour to the Middle East as we speak. This is a live look at the United Arab Emirates, where President Trump has been spending much of his day. He's expected to participate in a state dinner there in short order. You can see the president front and center there, talking with some of the officials from the United Arab Emirates. Earlier today, he was also on hand there, but actually in Qatar, meeting with U.S. service members in Qatar. Here's what he had to say during that part of his trip.
You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. There's not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before.
Again, President Trump wrapping up his trip to the Middle East here in Abu Dhabi. He is expected to leave Abu Dhabi and begin to make his trek back home to the United States. Speaking of the United States, happening today, the U.S. Supreme Court hearing arguments related to President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. Under the president's plan, children who were born on U.S. soil to parents who were in the country illegally or temporarily would be denied U.S. citizenship. Attorneys general from various states, including New Jersey, argue that they'll lose millions of dollars in benefits for children if the president's order is allowed to move forward. In the meantime, the justices spent the morning questioning the attorneys about how the federal government would go about enforcing the order, among other things. Another critical question the High Court is expected to answer with its ruling in this case is whether judges have the authority to issue nationwide or universal injunctions blocking an order from President Trump or any president for that matter from being carried out. That question comes amid concern from the Trump administration that judges are overreaching by issuing orders that apply to everyone, not just the parties before their courts. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Silenced. You're listening to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you about America's greatest college, and then we have a really wonderful guest here that I'm excited to have on the program. Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you've read these books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. Well, I encourage you guys to check it out right now at charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That is charlieforhillsdale.com, charlieforhillsdale.com. Joining us now is a great American, and I did everything I could to make him the permanent D.C. U.S. Attorney, but Tom Tillis from North Carolina had other plans. We're not going to get too far deep into that, but Tom Tillis had his own agenda. However, what the enemy meant for good, enemy meant for evil, God will use for good. Genesis 50:20. We have Ed Martin here, who is now still fighting for freedom. Ed, you're a great American. I had your back. It didn't work out, but tell us about your new gig.
Well, let me say, Charlie, thank you. And I know what you mean is you were very supportive of me and the president. I was his pick. But so many of your listeners stepped up and made calls and put in a good word. So thank you for, the Charlie Kirk Army. Look, Donald Trump does this all the time. It's like his whole life. It's the art of the comeback, whatever you call it. We got stuck where if we were going to get through to get confirmed, if I was going to get through as his pick, it would take so much effort and so much going on. I had the votes on the floor. We just had this problem on the committee. So the president said, you know what? I got Judge Jeanine Pirro. I'm going to put in that spot. She'll be awesome. I've been working with her already. But he also said to me, go back over to the Department of Justice. There already is a weaponization working group that's already been at a bunch of the tasks. Jack Smith and his weaponization of government. Why do we target the Catholics? Why do we target school board families? We've already been working on getting to the bottom of this. And the president kind of said, go be the captain of that ship and fight that fight. And I'm excited to do that. He also made me, Charlie, the pardon attorney for the United States. And you know, because you know him pretty well, he really has loved being able to not pardon the flashy ones that people know, but people that need a chance. Alice Johnson is the pardon czar in the White House. She has this extraordinary life. President Trump has a heart for that kind of kindness. So he made me the head of that. And I tell people, we're going to go find the weaponization. We're going to expose it. We're going to hold people accountable. But we're also going to heal people. And one of the ways you heal people is get them out of jail, which is a pardon. And maybe there's other ways you can do that. So it's a great thrill. And, you probably have experienced this, Charlie. I never did. President Trump texted me and he said, keep fighting, Ed, keep fighting. And I thought, man, if that guy, they shot him. If he's saying keep fighting, that's the least I can do. So I'm excited to be in the fray where we are.
I love that. And so you're in the Department of Justice, is that correct? And it's a non-Senate confirmed position. So are you you're just all Swede, no breaks, right?
Exactly. No more. I don't have to pull punches at all. Right. So my positions are all non-confirmed. I'm not worried about the senators if they have problems with me. It's as you say, all speed, no brakes. And look, the great thing is it's nationwide. I mean, I loved the U.S. Attorney's Office because it's extraordinary and it's important, but it's an office focused on this work. Now we got this whole nation. And again, one of the things the president does so well is he is about getting the right things done, but he's also about telling us, we need the truth as well as the accountability. What Biden did was he weaponized government against individuals and he lied. We need to tell the truth and hold accountable because people, they don't trust us if we don't explain what's going on. And that's one of the reasons why, I got a question about Joe Biden's pardons. They said, you're going to look at it. And I said, of course we're going to look at it. It's an unprecedented act, unprecedented scope, unprecedented in every way. This has never happened what he did. When you see that, you have to say, what's going on here? And people said, what are you talking about? And I said, I'm talking about the truth. That's the truth. Don't lie about it. Don't think we're going to fake it. Don't fake it till you make it. Tell the truth and see. By the way, it may be true that pardons are plenary in such a way that even Joe Biden's unprecedented, really unseemly, ugly pardons might be legal. There might be nothing that is illegal. But let's find out and see for sure, because if it was done by his aide or the auto pen without his knowledge, that's a problem because what else has gone on? And again, got to speak the truth, got to keep smiling, and got to keep going forward.
So your scope is about the weaponization of government. People need to understand you were a phenomenal, courageous attorney during the January 6th targeting. You came on our show, actually, about it, if I remember correctly. We had you as a guest on our program. What are the big macro places of weaponization of government that you are looking at? For example, off the top of my head, pro-lifers being targeted, conservatives being targeted, people like James O'Keefe being targeted, obviously President Donald Trump, parents being targeted at school board meetings by Merrick Garland. What are the big buckets that you are looking at? And since you are looking at the weaponization of government, isn't that in some ways a little bit you're investigating yourself?
Exactly. When I became the U.S. Attorney, Charlie, of this office in D.C., Washington, D.C., the prosecutors who destroyed lives of January 6th, folks, were in the office. Right. So we've been investigating sort of the office. And in fact, the horrendous use of the 1512 charge, which was completely made up by Andrew Weissman, Lisa Monaco, and others. Why was that used? It was the worst failure of American law and law enforcement in our history, probably at least since FDR put the Japanese Americans in internment camps during World War II. It was about the same level. And so who did that? Well, Lisa Monaco did it and Merrick Garland did it. And when we did the investigation, and we're still in the middle of it, you could see right away it wasn't being done by line attorneys. I'm not giving them an excuse. I'm taking away blame. I'm just saying it was being done by the top people as a strategy to get Trump. But let me make sure to go back to your question. This is very important for your listeners and your viewers to know. Our scope is weaponization. When government became, government used to be politicized. And that's one thing. And, I might not like it, maybe back in the days. But when it was weaponized, and in the Biden years, they weaponized it, that's to destroy people, to target people and to destroy them, take away their rights, sometimes take away their life, I fear. And so, but Donald Trump said on day one, I want you to get weaponization under control so people can trust the government. On Pam Bondi's day one as Attorney General, she gave us a memo and she said, start here. And she gave us a list. She said, I want to know about when the school board parents were targeted. I want you to get to the bottom of that, right? That happened. I want you to get to the bottom of the Catholics being targeted by the FBI. I want you to get to the bottom, and the pro-lifers. I want you to get to the bottom of whistleblowers that were being targeted and abused by the Biden administration. Jack Smith, and how Jack Smith was working with Letitia James and Alvin Bragg. What was the federal component? Because it's publicly known that there were federal prosecutors working with them. What is that to find out how government was weaponized? So we started with a list, and we're taking that list up. It will expand. I have personally come to this with a real sense that the attack on lawyers and on the legal system by the bar associations is one that is being used, weaponized against the citizens to the detriment of our justice system. So we will expand from that, but we start with Pam Bondi's list that the president fed to her, gave us through him, and we'll go there. One quick thing, though, Charlie, as the pardon attorney, I will advocate for people that were wronged. And there's people already that have come to us and said, hey, I was targeted by the government. They did this to me. And what can you do? And I want to be an advocate, and the president wants this, for the people that had their rights taken away, maybe liberty taken away. We have a whole bunch of people, Charlie, that lost their right, for example, to have the Second Amendment. Based on non-violent, non-gun-related crimes, they lost their Second Amendment rights. The pardon attorney can give them back their rights. So it's a project that Donald Trump has sponsored. And so we got a lot of work to do, again, to tell the truth, hold people accountable, and heal those that have been damaged by the weaponization.
So let's go even deeper into this. So one of the ways that the Justice Department was engineered was going after police departments after Michael Brown and George Floyd. President Donald Trump has stood with police, back the blue. He has police's back. That would be an interesting thing to look at how the machinery of the Department of Justice and their Civil Rights Division would target police departments to force them to have more pro-crime consent decrees. Do you kind of have a green light to look into all the different buckets of the DOJ of some of the grandfathered in insanity of prior administrations?
Yes, and even better. One thing is that issue came up in the last couple of days since my appointment, and Harmeet Dillon in the Civil Rights Division reached out to me actually about this and other topics because her division, Civil Rights Division, has a lot of investigatory power and has a lot of ways to hold accountable. So, yes, it's on the table. I think one thing, Charlie, that I feel really blessed to get this chance is I think thinking creatively to see where this happened. Some people don't even believe it. You just put your finger on it. There's ways that the federal government was weaponized against our citizens that you don't even really notice. You kind of have to peel back the layers and get to it. So definitely that, and I think that will be a big one. There's a lot of coverage. When I came into this office, the Metropolitan Police Department, the cops, the rank and file cops were on their heels because the prosecutors, my predecessor, wouldn't pursue assault on police officer charges if they were too complicated. The courts with liberal judges would attack the cops and say that if you didn't remember everything exactly, then you were not credible and couldn't be a cop. I mean, we had to push back, and we have to push back because, again, that's weaponization against our system and our citizens. So all that's on the table. One of the hardest jobs of a prosecutor, as well as a weaponization working group leader, is to decide what to take in what order. And that's where the president and Attorney General Bondi have given us some guidance to start. But we'll be pursuing as much of it as we can. And, I know, we have limited time. We know we're fighting against the courts that want to stop us and the press that wants to stop us, and the clock is running. And so we've got to move fast. We've got to move quickly. We got to move fast and with dispatch, with focus. And we're going to do that.
Okay. And so I'm going to keep you for another segment here, Ed, if that's okay, because I got more questions. But really quick, can you just tell the audience and remind them that a majority of the Department of Justice's Senate confirmed positions are still not even yet filled by the U.S. Senate, that the tree of positions are not yet filled.
Yeah, and just to say it, emphasize what you just said. Donald Trump put me in on day one as U.S. attorney because he didn't want to wait to have to deal with this nonsense, these delays. And that's why I was on a 120-day term, because in order to put you on day one, the law says he has to only have a term, and then we had to deal with this. Too many of these things are vacant. And what happens is you get people in the office who are acting, and they may be directionally with you on the issue, but they're not fearless because it's not their job. or they want to get confirmed, and so they can't be fearless. And so the system really of this advise and consent, which I took part in, I respect the Senate, the Constitution has it in there.
Hold that thought.
System is not working well enough.
Hold that thought. We have a lot to cover. I want to talk about your time at DC U.S. Attorney and what you learned. I'm talking to the team here. There's finally some oral audio from the birthright citizenship. Let's try to get that, guys. I'm curious to hear what that is. So that's some breaking news there. What do we have, guys? Patriot Mobile. Thinking about it. Think about it. Every dollar that you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters, and that's how we take back America. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Make the switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. You can add 2 numbers on your phone or 2 networks on your phone, something the big guys cannot do. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans will offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
In 2005. And in 2019, the hospital was renamed Kennedy Hospital in their honor. And their family was hosted in Abu Dhabi in gratitude for their service to the people of the UAE. Mr. President, the UAE and the United States share a strong development-focused partnership. This partnership has taken a significant leap forward since you assumed office, particularly in the areas of the new economy, energy, advanced technology, artificial intelligence, and industry.
ومما يؤكد على ذلك مخطط دولة الإمارات للاستثمار في الولايات المتحدة.
A testament to this is the UAE's plan to invest
من خلال المؤسسات
in the US in these sectors through the UAE's investment bodies at a total value of $1.4 trillion over the next 10 years.
كما أن هناك شراكات ومشروعات مهمة.
Additionally, major partnerships and projects are underway between private sector entities in both nations. Beyond these areas, our countries maintain a strategic partnership in the field of space exploration. And the astronaut program and the asteroid belt mission. In this context, I would like to share something that may not be widely known. The American spacecraft Apollo 17 that flew in 1973 has carried the UAE flag on its journey to the moon. That same flag was later sent by NASA to our nation's founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, in 1973, along with a fragment of lunar rock. Sheikh Zayed met with Apollo astronauts on several occasions, and he had a deep and enduring mission for the UAE to reach space. Mr. President, in March of this year, You stated that the UAE and the United States have long been partners in efforts to bring peace and security to the Middle East and the world. Today, I reaffirm to you that the UAE remains committed to working with the United States to advance peace and stability in our region and globally. Once again, Mr. President, I warmly welcome you, and I'm confident that this visit will have a profound and positive impact on the future of our bilateral relations. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Your Highness. What a lot of people don't know, I think my staff is very surprised by it. You and I have been friends for a long time. We've been good friends. And what they don't know about you is that you are considered a truly great warrior. And you've been through the wars. You're a great warrior, a very strong man, a brilliant man, a man of vision, like few others, and highly respected. When they know you, there's tremendous respect, and you're so respected in the Middle East. It's really amazing. You know, we've done the tour with two of your very good friends, you know that, and we were talking about you, and I won't tell you everything they said, but I can say it was all good. It was all good. Total admiration and respect for what you've done and who you are. And they said, when he gives you a handshake, when he makes a deal, that's the deal. And your wonderful brother came to Washington a few weeks ago, and he told us about your generous statement as to the 1.4 trillion. And all I could say is thank you very much. We will work very hard to deserve it. I have absolutely no doubt that the relationship will only get bigger and better. Your relationship and mine can't get better, so I can't say it's going to get better because it's at the highest level it can be. But our countries will work together. We've become a very hot country. We were not such a hot country 6 months ago. And now I think we're the hottest country, if you want to know the truth. We had one little indication a year ago. We were having a hard time getting people to join the military. Enlistment, they call it in our country. We were getting very bad vibes, very unhappy. It was an unhappy country. A lot of foolish things were happening, stupid things were happening. And we just got the numbers. We had the highest enlistment numbers just about that we've ever had. We think it probably the highest, but they say have to be extremely accurate when it comes to the news because they check every word I say. If there's a little bit of an inaccuracy, but I will tell you we had just about the best numbers for enlistment we've ever had. Every one of our services. I'm very proud of Space Force because I created Space Force. That was my baby. Hadn't been done in 78 years, a new force, and it's doing phenomenally well. We were not winning the space war, and now we're leading it by tremendous margins over Russia and China primarily. And so we're very proud of it, but I'm very proud of maybe even more so the enlistment numbers. So we went from having a hard time getting people to join our armed forces and our police, by the way, to having the best numbers that we've ever had, wanting to join. They're proud of our country again. That's a big thing, and to happen so fast, over about a 6 or 7 month period, that's a big honor. And likewise, the police, very hard to get police, and now the ranks are bursting and with pride. So that's something that we're very happy about. We've had investments in our country over the last 3 months, but really 2 months because it took me a couple of weeks to get started. You know, I had to get a little acclimated again because we had a very successful first term, as you knew. We had one of the most successful economies in the history of our country. First term was amazing. We did a lot of things. We rebuilt our military. We did a lot of great things. And I think this is even going to be better, but we have now, I think, substantially over $10 trillion of investment. And now when I add the $1.4 trillion, we easily break that number. So that's investment or investment that we think will soon happen. And it doesn't include people that are building, because not everybody comes and tells us that they're building, and it's a big country, but we're having numbers that we've never done before, and that means AI plants. That means, as an example, a really good example is Apple. Apple is now spending much more than $500 billion on plants. They didn't do that before. As you know, they built their plants in another location. We have the biggest computer company, $500 billion. We have Mr. Wei of Taiwan is spending $200 billion. Jensen who's great. Jensen Huang is spending $500 billion. We have numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That all means jobs, because to me the most important jobs, I want jobs. And we have costs are way down. Groceries, they have a term, grocery. It's an old term, but it means basically what you're buying in food. It's a pretty accurate term, but it's an old-fashioned sound. But groceries are down, costs are down, eggs are down. They were, first week they were hitting me with eggs were up 200%, and now they're down to a number that is amazing. We're down 97, 98% from where they were. And everybody, they said, you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, we had everybody had eggs for Easter at a very reasonable price. At the White House, we had our little Easter egg roll, and we had hundreds of thousands of eggs purchased. They said, you have to go out and buy plastic eggs. That didn't work out. So we've done a real job, and our energy costs are way down. The energy is way down, gasoline is down, and we have almost no inflation. So we've got the economy back. We've got a border now that's very powerful, 99.9%, and nobody would have believed that was possible. It was a real mess. We had, frankly, an incompetent previous administration. I know you weren't thrilled with them. They abandoned people, and it wasn't that they abandoned. They didn't bother to call people back. They treated people with great disrespect, but part of it was a level of stupidity that we've never seen before. And I'm glad we arrived, and I know you people also woo you. You know, you're an amazing country. You're a rich country. You can have your choice, but I know you'll never leave my side. I know that. And you know the special relationship that we have and our country has. So our country's back with you, and our country's back in a lot of ways. We have a country with tremendous spirit right now, tremendous. They haven't seen anything like it. I would say this, we're far ahead of schedule. If you would have told me these numbers in a year and a half from now, I would have been very happy with them. But think that substantially more than $10 trillion, you'll have numbers of other presidents where they won't do $1 trillion in in a long time. $1 trillion. We did it in 2 months because, again, you figure 3, but let me have 1 month of fixing up the Oval Office. In other words, getting things ready. And I look forward to having you in the White House. We'll celebrate together. But we are going to be your friend, and we're going to be your partner, and we really appreciate your confidence and an investment. That's your biggest investment that you've ever made, and we really appreciate it, and we're going to treat you very, as you should be, magnificently. And you're a magnificent man, and it's an honor to be with you.
My honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. شكرا شباب. دخل وسام.
نستأذن سموكم بالبدء. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, in recognition of President Donald Trump's exceptional efforts to strengthen the long-standing ties of friendship and strategic partnership between the United Arab Emirates and United States of America, I am honored to announce that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan bestows the Order of Zayed upon President Trump.
right, so you were watching President Trump speaking there in the United Arab Emirates. He was meeting with the leader of that country. They talked about everything from energy to the cooperation and continued cooperation between those two countries. The United Arab Emirates, by the way, the last stop on President Trump's three-country Middle East tour. Meantime, happening today, the U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments related to President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. Under the president's plan, children who are born on U.S. soil to parents who were in the country illegally or temporarily would be denied U.S. citizenship. Attorneys general for various states, including New Jersey, argue that they'll lose millions of dollars in benefits for children if the president's order is allowed to move forward. In the meantime, the justices spent the morning questioning many lawyers about how the federal government would go about enforcing the order, among other things. Another critical question the High Court is expected to answer with its ruling in this particular case is whether judges have the authority to issue nationwide or universal injunctions blocking an order from President Trump, or any president for that matter, from being carried out. That question comes amid concern from the Trump administration that judges are overreaching by issuing orders that apply to everyone, not just the parties before their specific court. President Trump on the final leg of his Middle East tour, as you just saw there. Another busy day is already underway for the commander-in-chief. He participated in a state dinner, or is participating in short, in a state dinner there in the United Arab Emirates before his trek back home. However, he started his day with this message to U.S. service members who were stationed at Al Udwab Air Base in Qatar.
You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. There's not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before.
The president has spent most of the day in Abu Dhabi, where he also toured the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The UAE, as I said, is the final stop on his 4-day Middle East visit. Well, the world is watching the latest developments in the ongoing saga between Russia and Ukraine. The two sides are set to meet in Istanbul, Turkey in the coming hours after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed he is sending a team to Istanbul for talks with Russia. While neither Zelensky or Vladimir Putin will take part in the talks, as many had hoped, Zelensky says his defense minister will lead the Ukrainian delegation. After meeting with Turkey's President Recep Erdogan today in Ankara, Zelensky said that he is ready to finally move forward. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are here live from the Bitcoin.com studio, your gateway to democratized finance. Joining us for the full hour is a friend and a fellow traveler in the fight for the West and for liberty. Despite the fact that we have fundamental disagreements on certain things, including some metaphysical things, we agree on the really big stuff, like saving Western civilization, and he's a great man. Joining us now is Brett Weinstein. Brett, welcome to the program, evolutionary biologist and also a fighter for all things good and true. Brett, I first want to start by complimenting you. Your conversation with Tucker Carlson was so refreshing and was so interesting. And as someone who I am deeply religious, the amount of respect and tenderness that you showed towards those of us that are religious and not dismissing the important questions or our deep faith was awesome and rare. So thank you for that. And I hope that you receive similar feedback.
Well, thanks for having me, Charlie. It's great to see you. And I appreciate what you said about my conversation with Tucker. Let me just emphasize to your audience that the divide that has existed between scientific materialists, for lack of a better term, and people of faith has been extremely destructive. And a lot of the responsibility for that falls on the head of strident atheists who have completely failed to understand the importance of religious faith in the story of human evolution. So while I know that we disagree on a few fundamental matters, we don't disagree on the importance of those questions to human well-being.
Absolutely. And that is quite the segue to what we're going to be talking about this hour. And so I was texting you back and forth because in that conversation with Tucker, the COVID vaccine and the COVID shot came up as a topic. We had a guest on last week, the commissioner of the FDA, Marty McCary, who signaled that probably maybe the COVID shot will be removed from the childhood vaccination schedule. This is a must. This is an imperative. Brett, let's just kind of get through the facts here. It's still on the childhood vaccination schedule. What is the significance of that? Let's start there.
Well, there is a tremendous significance at multiple different levels. And I will say, I'm sure we will talk later in the hour about President Trump and his relationship to these vaccines and what I think it implies for his second term. But the fact of the mRNA vaccines being on the childhood schedule is not his responsibility. And his ability to right this great wrong is a tremendous opportunity for him. I hope he will recognize that. The first thing to say, though, is that there was never any justification for injecting kids with these mRNA shots. Healthy young people tolerated COVID very easily from the beginning. So there was no argument that we were protecting them by doing so. The only argument you could make that might have justified it was the idea that there were unhealthy old people who were vulnerable and that somehow vaccinating the young would protect them. We now know better than that because we know the shots don't block transmission. But even if we thought that they were going to block transmission, there has never been a moral society that has decided to risk the health of young people to protect the old.
Exactly right. That is exactly right.
It's supposed to be exactly the inverse.
Can we just pause on that for a second? Because we have a full hour to explore this. That's what was so creepy about COVID, was the moral inversion where our society basically decided to sacrifice the young to save the old. Is that a fair characterization?
It is fair and obscene that we ever contemplated this. The old should always be willing to die to protect the young. That's how it is. That's the basis of a moral society. And the idea that without comment we inverted that is an indicator of just how sick our society has become.
And the justification, just so we're clear, we're still seeing the after effects of this. College professors, high school teachers say this is a disaster from what happened in COVID. Kids locked up for those 1 to 2 years are all messed up. And interestingly, they're actually gravitating more towards the conservative message because of the disaster that they've experienced in their generation. So just to kind of put one more point on this, though, Why was there not more pushback on the moral stance of this during COVID? Have we done a good enough job of explaining that? Because we did this crazy thing. We locked down the country. We did all this. I don't feel as if we've had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, if you will, post some of the greatest mistakes in the modern era.
Yes, it has been fended off by people who have a lot of explaining to do and who have never apologized for the damage that they did to children and to the whole of society. I think it is urgent that we have that discussion, whatever the answer may be, whether it vindicates them or causes us to understand the full depths of what they did. We have to know so that we don't repeat those errors. And I don't think we ever had an open conversation about any of the moral inversions that took place in the COVID era. This was done with the tools of a witch hunt that simply demonized anybody who departed from this manufactured consensus. And, the truth is that pressure has never fully lifted. I will tell you that my channel, Dark Horse, is still fully demonetized and apparently capped in its growth by YouTube. They've never explained themselves, and they've just simply left that in place. And more to the point, the vaccine injured are still being gaslit about their profound injuries. These are people who deserve every bit of help that we can give them. And it doesn't matter whether they were vanishingly rare or extremely common, whether there were 5 or 500,000 of them. We owe people who were injured by these shots every attempt to make them healthy. And instead, we are pretending that their injuries are in their head, and it's simply ghastly. So let us return to a deliberate moral society in which we talk about our differences and we investigate what we've done and what we thought it was going to accomplish and what it actually accomplished, because that's the only way we're going to move forward as a society.
So we have this problem. How many kids have received the mRNA COVID shot? When I mean kids, I mean under the age of 2.
I don't know, but the fact that they're being recommended by the CDC for children above 6 months of age suggests that the number is going to be surprisingly substantial, because put yourself in the mindset of a young parent, maybe even a first-time parent, who's being told by a doctor that in order to do right by your child's lifetime health, you have to give them a series of vaccinations, that these things are safe and effective. They've been thoroughly tested. If you don't give them to your child is going to be at risk and it's going to be your fault. Most parents don't have the wherewithal to ask the doctor the kinds of questions that doctor needs to be asked, even if they knew what those questions are, which most of them don't. So I would imagine that although in the general population, the number of people receiving these shots has dropped down to the low double digits, with respect to children, newborns, the number is bound to be substantial because, nobody wants to go up against the CDC's recommendation.
There's so much there, what you just said, that's worthy of unpacking. I don't know if we have time this hour. We have a break. We are going to go through the breaks here to be respectful of your time, which is the emotional and medical blackmail that some pediatricians exert over parents with their kids when it comes to the COVID shot is disgusting. It's wrong. Where they'll say, well, if you don't take the COVID shot, this, and can happen. Not just the lost jobs, but they'll make you feel as if you're abusing your child as a parent. Some of these pediatricians will pull rank and say, you are going to be guilty of a crime against humanity if you don't give them the mRNA shot, which based on my understanding and based on what you've said, and we'll pick this up in a second, the terrible irony is it actually hurts their ability to fight COVID. And you're actually making their immune system weaker, not stronger. Stay right there, Dr. Weinstein. We'll be right back in a second. I need to tell you guys about one of our partners here. It's Alan Jackson Ministries. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to the issues we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems in every episode. He gives practical things we can do to make a difference. The Culture and Christianity Podcast is informative and encouraging. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Go to Alan Jackson Ministries, working hard to bring back biblical truth into our culture. Go to alanjackson.com. That is alanjackson.com. So check it out right now, alanjackson.com. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. The Culture and Christianity Podcast, alanjackson.com. We got the numbers, actually. We know of at least 425,000 babies have at least one dose under the age of 2. And I think the numbers are even higher than that. Dr. Weinstein continues in a second.
Charlie Kirk is a terrific person. He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, we'll be back with Dr. Weinstein in a second. I need to tell you guys about YREFI.com. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Private student loan debt refinancing relief. They made this entire campus tour possible. Let's watch it. Let's play cut 341.
is a woman. Anyone who identifies as a woman.
I get asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election? We won a country based on content and merit. You are a perfect reminder why we won in November. So thank you for that. It's the American left in one picture. They are intolerant. They are mean. They are ugly on the inside. And they are losing. And we are winning in this country, everybody. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Dr. Brett Weinstein continues with us. Dr. Weinstein, let's talk about the politics of it. President Donald Trump has been doing a great job fulfilling promises on this. I'm going to both publicly and privately be pushing this one to try to get it off the childhood vaccination schedule, which I'm told also comes with certain immunity and legal protections. I've heard that debated, and maybe you can prove me right or prove me wrong on that. But I think we also need to show a great deal of not just compassion, but understanding President Trump's position here. He says, look, the nation was in a stated crisis at the time. Whether it was a legitimate crisis or not, we now can look back. But it felt like a crisis, therefore it's a crisis. It was a frenzy. He believes, and he's right, that he brought in almost all these big companies and got them to do something fast and got them to do it looking through a prism of someone who's, going to be soon to be 79 years old, that vaccines are good and vaccines are necessary, and he got them to do it and bring it to market. However, what they didn't tell him was all of this ridiculous technology behind it and the nefarious action. And I think that there's a great opportunity for him to save lots of lives and also just show that this shot should be nowhere near children. Do you agree with that assessment? And then also talk about the liability protection, Dr. Weinstein.
I would agree, and I would go even further. I feel a lot of compassion for President Trump. He did do something remarkable in his response to the emergency that we at least believed we had at that point. It wasn't his failure. He's not a biologist. He's not a doctor. He's not a vaccinologist. He can hardly be expected to understand the hazards that were lurking inside of this platform. But it wasn't just the companies that lied to him. It was actually his deputies, federal employees, including the most highly paid federal employee of all, Dr. Fauci, lied to him about the situation that we were in and about the safety and efficacy of these mRNA shots. If I were him, I would be proud of the accomplishment of getting them to market so quickly, and I would be livid with the people who conned him.
Absolutely.
I would also be very interested in getting to the bottom of how that happened.
He was lied to by Pfizer. We know it. He was lied to not just on the testing, but on the timeline and the efficacy of it. And so, I have faith based on what Dr. Makaria said. I've not had a chance to talk to the president on this. Again, I have nothing to gain here except that this is the right decision. And so let's zero in on another element here, though, which I think is very important. So when it comes to children, though, what is it, if you were to strongman the argument, Brett, because I always like to do this, what is the strongman argument from like that, Peter Hotez or whatever, who's always on TV, of why on earth does a child even need a COVID shot? What is the best possible argument that one could make?
I'm a huge fan of the idea of steel-manning your opponent's argument, but I have a requirement. I think steel-manning is only appropriate when your opponent is making an argument in good faith. And it is absolutely clear to me that Peter Hotez and Paul Offit are making arguments in bad faith. I don't think it is possible to make a credible good faith argument for injecting an mRNA COVID shot into a healthy child. I don't think it's possible. If I could come up with something, I would do it just for the exercise. But I really think it is outside the scope of the process of steel manning in order to understand, because deep down, they know that these shots are going to kill and injure children who would otherwise tolerate COVID just fine. And, that's on them.
So just reiterating on the liability protection, if it's removed from the childhood vaccination schedule, what does that mean for potential legal liability for these companies?
Well, people need to understand that there is a strange nuance in the law. Any shot that is on the childhood vaccine schedule carries full legal liability protection, even in the form injected into adults. So these companies have an incentive to put this on the childhood vaccine schedule, even if there is no medical or epidemiological justification for doing so. By doing so, their adult vaccines escape lawsuits. Now, in the case of the COVID vaccines, I believe there is a double immunity that they are protecting, but it is hard to nail down the details because they've played a shell game with us. What they did was they sought EUA, that is emergency use authorization, for the initial shots in the early parts of COVID. And that's right. That EUA carried liability protection of its own. Then they got approval from the FDA in a more normal version of the process, and that should have removed the liability protection that came from the EUA version of the shot, but they have continued to inject the licensure version of the shot,
this is
the
super
EUA
important.
version.
Hold that thought. I want to pick this up.
Creates,
1 second. We're going to be back in 10 seconds. I have to let radio take a breath. We'll be right back.
To this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Let's go straight to the United Arab Emirates, where President Donald Trump is speaking right now.
I think it's going to be something very special. It's a massive project, and it's going to be brought through the United States largely, and it's
It's an honor to be here. And the last 4 days have been really amazing. I think they've been amazing. But it shows you where our country can go. And I want to thank all of my team, Howard, Scott, everybody. They've done an amazing job. So we'll be leaving tomorrow, as you know. Almost destination unknown. Because we're getting calls, could you be here, could you be there? But probably going back to Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Some of you are going to be traveling with us. And I'm going to sign the guest book now, and we appreciate you've treated us, the media's treated us very fairly. Maybe because you're with me, I don't know, but they've treated us very fairly. It's been an amazing trip. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. And it's a great honor to be with you tonight. It's my honor. Thank you very much.
That was President Trump signing an agreement there in the United Arab Emirates. As you heard the president say, he'll be heading back home tomorrow. It's been a 4-day trip now to the Middle East. He's visited Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and now he's in the United Arab Emirates. Wrapping up his visit there will be a state dinner this evening, and then the president, as you heard, will be returning home to Washington, D.C. That's a quick check of your headlines.
And wisdom lives. The Charlie Kirk Show.
We've been going very viral on TikTok here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Let me show you one of the viral TikTok videos here. It's a wholesome video. Let's play cut 349, please. Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How are you?
What's your name?
Dakota.
Nice to meet you, Dakota. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Amazing. Give it up for Dakota being here today.
So, I'm pro-life, I'm a fiscal conservative, and I know I want to get into politics when I grow up. I don't want to get into massive debt for a political science degree. What concrete steps can I take now in order to achieve the goal of doing my part to make America great again?
Oh, great. You should go to Hillsdale College, America's greatest college, and start studying now. Start taking classes, reading books. You have to be in charge of your own education, and the fact you're thinking like this at 11 is a great sign. God bless you, and the future is very bright. Thank you. That video has gone very viral on TikTok. Check out TikTokeconomicimpact.com. 74% of businesses on TikTok say TikTok has allowed them to scale their operations. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by TikTok, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Dr. Weinstein, we now have the radio audience. Can you repeat the Follow the Silenced film and talk about the vaccine injured? And remind the audience how you got into this in the first place. Because actually it was your Dark Horse podcast that is now demonetized, where you had Dr. Malone. I remember it vividly. It was 3 weeks out from my wedding, and I was listening to this, and I followed you for years, but I always thought that you were just a liberal, and that's fine, but a free speech liberal. And you were saying stuff that nobody else was saying, and there was a pattern recognition happening with you and Dr. Malone. I was like, whoa, this is bad. So just kind of retell that story briefly, and then also follow the silence, please.
Sure. Well, I was going to have Steve Kirsch on my show. He's a technologist, the inventor of the optical mouse, and he had discovered some very shocking patterns with respect to the harms of these mRNA COVID shots early on. But I was concerned that as a technologist, he wasn't in a great position to address these things. And he suggested that Robert Malone, his friend, come on. And I'd never heard of Robert Malone before. I think almost nobody had. And he told me that Robert Malone was, in fact, the inventor of the mRNA technology at the heart of the shots, which I found hard to believe. But I checked into it, and the story was absolutely correct. To make a long story short, Robert and Steve came on my podcast. We did it live on YouTube, and it resulted in YouTube threatening the channel. They pulled down the video, they demonetized the channel, and they threatened to remove us completely, which we were able to stave off when I went on Joe Rogan's program, and I think that caused YouTube substantial embarrassment. But nonetheless, on the show that Steve and Robert and I did together, it became very clear to me that Robert Malone is exactly what he says, and that his understanding of the danger of these shots is profound. For him to show up as a adversary of the technology that he invented because it's not safe enough to be injected into humans or indeed into other living creatures is remarkable, and it has completely changed the status of the dissident movement with respect to COVID. Now, Charlie, you mentioned the vaccine injured, and I will say that as much as the biological details of the harm done to the body is fascinating to me, I am shocked by the tragedy of the vaccine injured and what we have done to them. Anybody who thought they were doing their part by getting this shot and then found themselves injured deserves our compassion and our help, and it doesn't matter how many of them there are. Now, I'm in Austin for the premiere of a documentary called Follow the Silenced. You can watch that premiere tonight at followthesilenced.com at 7 p.m. Eastern. It will be followed by a panel discussion hosted by me where I will talk to some of the vaccine injured. And I think once people realize what these people have been put through, they will finally understand what's been going on with respect to hiding the damage of these shots.
And just, you say something that's really important there, the gaslighting. These are people that have been, some of which can't walk, they've been paralyzed, they have myocarditis, some of them have postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, they have all sorts of litany of issues, and we don't even know that to the extent they're going to keep on popping up and popping up. You mentioned informed consent, which I really like. I think that it's a really good framing. Children definitionally at the age of 8 months do not have informed consent. A lot of the vaccine injured, by the way, also didn't have informed consent because they didn't know what the heck was being put in their bodies, because they told you have to get it mandatory. You have no choice whatsoever. And so the informed consent component of this, shouldn't the moral principle be we should only put things into young people's bodies that we are beyond like 100% positive are not going to harm them. And somebody said something recently about DNA contamination. What is that? And I have a second follow-up on that. What is this DNA contamination issue?
Well, let me address the multiple things that you raise. Informed consent is the central principle of modern medicine. Yes. We literally, after World War II, hanged 7 doctors for violating the informed consent of their patients, even though it had not been codified, which it now has in the Nuremberg Code. Informed consent could not possibly have been reached in the case of the COVID vaccines. No one on earth knew what they were going to do long term. And as the evidence for harm accumulated, it was buried by the powers that be, so that no patient was informed. Even if they consented, they were not in a position to do it from a position of knowledge. So it was a serious breach of federal hanging offense. And then to compound this, I could go on for hours about the fate of the vaccine injured, but just understanding that when the vaccine injured finally came to understand that they weren't individual cases, that there were in fact tens of thousands of people suffering from the same symptoms, when they gathered on Facebook, the government strong-armed Facebook into removing the discussion groups in which they were learning to help themselves out. Can you imagine that you would take people who were having some terrifying experience in the aftermath of a shot and you would prevent them from talking to each other in order to protect your position in the market? I can't really even find the words to describe how horrifying that is. Now, you asked about DNA contamination. DNA contamination is largely something we are aware of because of the work of Kevin McCarnan, who has discovered that although the shots were licensed based on one technology for their production, a very expensive technology, the manner of production was changed in the aftermath of them being licensed for distribution. And that new technology is cheaper and involves the use of DNA plasmids. These DNA plasmids are not being removed from the shots that are ultimately injected into people. And so while the label on the shot says it's mRNA, they actually contain DNA, including something called the SV40 promoter, which is actually a known carcinogen. This is a promoter from a monkey virus that is getting into people's bodies, and it is fully capable of changing DNA in their cellular genomes. Now, I know that all sounds very complicated, but the thing to understand here is that as bad as it is to inject these things into adults, when you inject something into a child that can modify the genome in their cells, it has a much greater effect because those cells go on to produce a large number of daughter cells as the child grows. So we're seeing the harms in adults, but the harms in children ought to be much greater. And the bait and switch that they played with their process 1 and process 2 shots create even more jeopardy for children. The younger, the worse the jeopardy.
So now we're getting towards an even more fundamental truth, which is, should the mRNA technology continue to be used? Because they're now planning more mRNA vaccines. This is not the first. This is not the last. This is the trial run. Should we suspend or disallow this technology? And the proponents say, you don't understand. This is an amazing thing. It conforms to your DNA. And you, as an evolutionary biologist, I can imagine just the sirens are going off. Should we suspend use of mRNA technology?
100%. There is no way to make a shot on the mRNA platform that is not going to do damage across the body. And the reason is because the shots don't stay where you inject them. And that once they escape the injection site, what they do is they invade whatever cells they encounter. They trigger those cells to produce a foreign protein, which causes your own immune system to target those tissues and destroy them. There are places in your body where you can tolerate that, and there are other places in your body where you can't. So you're rolling the dice every time you get one of these shots, and it has nothing to do with it being for COVID. So the fact that there is this momentum is really about the fact that the industry knows how much money can be made by reformulating shots on the mRNA platform. It's not about human well-being, and it will cause exactly the opposite. I would invite people to look at Robert Malone's most recent post on his Substack, where he describes the industry trade group that is responsible for managing the image of mRNA technology. These people know what they're doing. They understand how much money they stand to make by doing it, and they are in some sense gaslighting the whole of civilization and the federal government in order to get it done. It's deeply immoral, and we should spare no effort to prevent them from succeeding.
I want to spend some time, about 5 minutes at the end of the hour, and thank you, Dr. Weinstein. I know you're very busy. I know you have the premiere here, and you have a lot going on, but this is critical. By the way, we're going to post this entire conversation on our podcast page, but I just told our team we're going to post this whole thing on X, the entire conversation. I want the world to see it. I want this to get 1 million views, 2 million views. We almost never do that. We're just going to put that up there, though, so the whole world can just kind of fast forward, go through it, because there's so much depth that we've covered here. But at the end of the conversation, I want to repeat the call to action. I also want to talk about how we are in a, I would say blessed, you would probably say fortunate position that we have a team in D.C. that is really, really good on this. Bhattacharya and Marty McCary and Bobby Kennedy, we could not ask for a better team as a baseline to get this done. And so we need to be very thankful for that. And we need a whole widespread medical reset. But the other part of this, which one works in the other, is the assault on freedom of speech and the censorship around this topic. I don't think we've really reconciled that, and we've actually come to terms on what we were willing to do in regards to the suppression of dissonant ideas in the medical field. Stay right there, Dr. Weinstein. We're going to go through the breaks. But first, relieffactor.com. Relief Factor is amazing. Living with everyday pain is like having a voice that always says no. No, you can't do that. No, you can't play your favorite sport. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients doesn't just mask pain, helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. So get Relief Factor's 3-week quick starter trials, only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Just go to ReliefFactor.com. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. That is ReliefFactor.com. See how, with less pain, you can say yes to more of everything you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can help you get back to living your life. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. The call to action here for the hour is obviously follow Dr. Brett Weinstein on all social media, but also check out the movie, followthesilenced.com. That is followthesilenced.com. The hidden story of the human cost of censorship. Followthesilenced.com. The gaslighting that is going on about the vaccine injured is reprehensible. We'll be right back. Check out followthesilenced.com.
Describing the concessions that he was able to get from Kennedy in order for Kennedy to be confirmed. But if you want to know why things are moving slowly with respect to fixing the situation with the mRNA shots, I would look at Senator Kennedy and I would understand that he is a very powerful man who is.
You mean Cassidy or Kennedy? They're both from Louisiana. I think you mean Cassidy. He's the doctor.
Sorry, did I say Kennedy?
No, that you did, but that's okay. I think you meant Cassidy, though. Right?
I absolutely mean Cassidy. Yeah. I'm sorry, but he's up for re-election in
that's correct.
2026.
He's up this cycle.
Frankly,
that's right.
He should be removed from office.
Yeah, and look, he also, just as a side note, voted to impeach President Donald Trump, just as a record, just for the record.
Yep, he sure did.
And so I will say there was a moment where we weren't sure if Bobby Kennedy was going to get through. And I called Senator Cassidy, and we kind of decided to lay down arms. I said, hey, we had a good conversation. I'm glad Bobby Kennedy proceeded, but there's a lot there. And there's also a lot of other HHS positions that are not yet Senate confirmed, a lot more. This is a theme that there's a lot more positions of good rock stars, including our Surgeon General, which we want to see Casey Means get confirmed there. Dr. Weinstein, stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're going to be posting this entire conversation on X. We never do that, but honestly, there's so many verboten topics that we talked about here. It's probably the only platform that we're able to post on. So, Dr. Weinstein, I have an unusual question. What was your greatest, let's say, disappointment from COVID that you learned? That let's say a belief that you entered with COVID that you no longer have, and then secondly, what has now given you the most hope going through these dark 5 years?
Excellent question. I will say I am very careful to keep a list of things that I got wrong during COVID. There were quite a number of them. I think I was far too credulous at the beginning. I believed what I was being told. I thought masks stood a good chance of being useful. At the point that they proved not to be useful, I changed my position on that. I thought there was an argument to be made for brief, intense lockdowns. I no longer believe that that's the case. And when I heard about the vaccines that were being, or the so-called vaccines that were being brought into, I don't even want to say the market, that were going to be used to control the so-called pandemic, I knew immediately that a new technology couldn't possibly be safe. I knew that the argument that they were safe was a lie, but I did not understand quickly enough that the idea that they were effective at controlling the spread of this disease was also a lie. That took me a while to realize. I could go on. There are lots of places, and I would just say, I think if people are expecting those in the public, whether they are professionals or not, to be right from the beginning, they've just simply understood the process incorrectly. The important thing is that you take your best guess at first based on the evidence that you have, and you allow your position to be upgraded by evidence as it emerges. And I trust anybody who does that in good faith, and I distrust anybody who fails to do it. We're not looking for people to spot everything at the outset. We're looking for people who know how to improve the quality of their models over time.
And I know you touched on a little bit of kind of what gives you hope and what gives you optimism, but at this very moment, what are you most optimistic about? And kind of connect that with the audience call to action.
Well, I'm extremely hopeful that with the team in Washington, that we can finally bring the full story of what happened during COVID into the light. I believe it is the best chance that we will have in our lifetime to understand what's gone wrong with our society and to fix it. I'm a little concerned that the president's understandable pride over Operation Warp Speed is getting in the way of the recognition of the horror of the shots that were brought to the public under that banner. But I think the president is going to come to understand that, first of all, he should begin to correct this error with the childhood vaccine schedule, which is not his responsibility. He did not oversee the placement of those shots on the childhood vaccine schedule. And so he doesn't want to inherit the harm done to children, new harm that hasn't been done yet. He doesn't want that to be his responsibility. So hopefully he will understand, since there's no medical or epidemiological argument for injecting children with mRNA-based COVID shots, that those shots should be pulled immediately. And then, having done that, he's in an excellent position. Any day of the week that he wants to, he can call Bobby Kennedy into his office and he can say, can you explain to me what is going on with the mRNA vaccine platform? And Bobby Kennedy is as well versed in this topic as anyone on earth. He is in a position to explain it in very clear terms. I've learned things from him that I didn't know. So it's wonderful that President Trump has that resource at his disposal, and I hope he will avail himself of it.
Dr. Weinstein, thank you so much. Remind the audience anything you'd like to plug for our audience, and thank you for being so generous.
Come check us out on Dark Horse, on whatever platform you use to listen to podcasts, and you can subscribe to my X account at Brett Weinstein. Brett has one T. And anyway, let's get these things off the childhood schedule. It's unbearable that we would
critical.
do harm.
I'm going to do everything I
children
possibly
who have long
can.
lives.
I'll be in D.C. when I return back.
Excellent.
From debating in Oxford and Cambridge, and I will do everything I can to use the relationships I have to express my views on this. So thank you so much, Dr. Weinstein. Have a great movie premiere. Thank you. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I pray we can get this removed from the childhood vaccination schedule. It's the right move. Let's see if we can get it done. See you guys tomorrow.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
President Donald Trump set to meet with the president of South Africa next week after those controversial claims that white farmers in South Africa are being targeted for genocide.
The Supreme Court hearing arguments today on President Trump's executive order limiting birthright citizenship. The White House is asking the justices to block lower court judges from blocking the president's actions nationwide and limit court rulings only only to the people and groups involved in the lawsuit that challenges the president's executive orders.
House Republicans are advancing a sweeping budget plan, calling it a win for conservative priorities.
This will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation ever passed by the United States Congress.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says the bill includes no taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
U.S. wholesale prices dropped unexpectedly last month for the first time in more than a year. The Producer Price Index, which tracks inflation before it hits consumers, fell 0.5% from March to April, and that's despite President Trump's tariffs.
What we see here is U.S. President Donald Trump touching down in the UAE capital of Abu Dhabi just a short time ago. The focus of his trip here is, of course, going to be continuing the run that we have seen when it comes to deal flow and diplomacy as he continues to build out the U.S. economic and foreign policy relationships in this part of the world.
Look, nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything is going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Today is May 15th, 2025, Anno Domini. So birthright citizenship up at the Supreme Court today. President Trump posting an incredible truth about this that I've just got to read. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but he says, big case today in the United States Supreme Court. Birthright citizenship was not meant for people taking vacations to become permanent citizens of the United States of America and bringing their families with them all the time, laughing at the suckers that we are. The United States of America is the only country in the world that does this. For what reason, nobody knows, but the drug cartels, of course, love it. We are, for the sake of being politically correct, a stupid country. But in actuality, this is the exact opposite of being politically correct. And yet it is another point that leads us to the dysfunction of America. Birthright citizenship is about the babies of slaves. As conclusive proof, the Civil War ended in 1865. The bill went to Congress a year later. So what President Trump is talking about is correct, that that birthright citizenship was meant, and the amendment, it was certainly enshrined for the children of slaves. Also, the idea of birthright citizenship is something that only exists really in the New World, partially because, or almost completely because, it was a way to encourage immigration. So the encouraging of immigration, which was something that, of course, was the policy of the United States early on when we were only 13 colonies, when we were still a continent surrounded by empires and a world controlled by empires, a world that is going back to empires, by the way. And this, so you'll see this in the Americas, North America, South America. But what he's talking about here is very important because these amendments were written for the children of slaves. They were written post-Civil War. This is very well known. But here's something kind of interesting. Something kind of interesting that I'd love to throw out there. Here's a free tip for anyone out there. Whenever this conversation comes up and you're in there with a liberal, or if anyone's going up on Piers Morgan, maybe if Piers has me on about this, I can try it again in person. Go to the next liberal that you find who's talking about birthright citizenship and ask them, does that include the white refugees from South Africa? If the white refugees from South Africa come to the United States and have children, should those children become automatic citizens? And you watch what happens to the liberals when it's a white person who is a real refugee, because if those children were born on a farm in South Africa, they would probably end up getting decapitated and hung from meat hooks, because that's what's going on the farms out there to young white children that the media doesn't care about and in many cases supports. We'll be right back.
understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, this is Jack Posobiec. Here we are live on Human Events, live on Real America's Voice, as well as the Salem Radio Network, the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show. Folks, listen up, because if you are still drinking that corporate watered-down nonsense that passes for coffee out there, it's time for a serious wake-up call. Look, Blackout Coffee isn't just coffee. It's a statement, a declaration that you are done with weak beans and weak values. I'm talking about high-octane America-roasted fuel for those who grind harder, stand taller, and never back down. Look, I love this stuff. It's what powers me. It keeps me going throughout all the trips, all the travel, everything that's going on. Blackout Coffee isn't playing games. They are cranking out more bags than ever, shipping faster than ever, and keeping you locked in with coffee that actually fires you up. Whether you're chasing big goals, crushing the daily grind, or just refusing to drink coffee made by people who hate you, Blackout Coffee has your back. So stop settling. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Poso and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. Look, brew like a patriot, brew Blackout. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Stop waiting and wake up. I wanted to bring Dr. Taylor Marshall here back on the program because this new book that he has putting out, and it's some of these ideas are actually very important and I think directly tie into the issues that we've been talking about here on the show for quite some time. This is Christian Patriot, and Dr. Taylor Marshall joins us now. Dr. Marshall, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing great. And, it's an important time right now because, we're looking at what does it mean to be conservative and what is the foundation of our government. And a lot of people know this. A lot of people don't know it. The Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times, mentions natural law. I mean, it bases our entire government on God. It quotes scripture. It refers to natural law. And if we don't recognize that, our nation cannot stand. It cannot improve. It cannot be true to its origin. And so we have to return to that. And I think as Christians, we also need to maybe dig even deeper and look at what Christians have done in the history of Christianity for 2,000 years with government and honoring God, honoring Christ, honoring the 10 Commandments, honoring natural law. This is who we are. And so this book, Christian Patriot, is a study of the theology of Christian government, but also gives 12 strategies, 12 ways to create one nation under God. And I think we need that right now. We need a game plan.
Well, what's incredible about this, too, is so Joshua Lysak and myself, we write this communism book last year, becomes a huge bestseller. And we specifically talked about the tactics that are used to destabilize countries, to destroy countries, to take over countries, and then eventually allow for these revolutionary movements to take over. And we did case studies of the various communist revolutions throughout history. By the way, South Africa being one of them. Communists took over the country, and we see what's happening now. The killing of white families and white children all over the farmlands there. It's absolutely horrific. And then when Trump says he's going to help these people, that they come in and say, oh, well, we can't help them. They don't count for some reason. Well, that's communism. That's because of Marxism. And even there was this guy on MSNBC, not to belabor the point, but he was even saying that he actually said at one point, a former Obama administration State Department official said, even if these Afrikaners didn't personally take part in anything that happened in South Africa's past, they should still be punished anyway. So this is the situation we're in now, folks. This is the situation we're in with the government that we currently live under, or at least prior to the Trump administration coming in. This is where our institutions were. This was the revolutionary capture that existed. And pardon me, that got me there. That these Marxist structures that have taken over completely can only be crushed by a people and only responded to by people that are united and people who have a central animating spirit. The left have one. And so we didn't talk about religion in that sense, but what I think has been done here is that this book, Christian Patriot, has come up with a framework giving people the ability to understand the root sources of where our government actually comes from and how to pick up the pieces from where we are now and rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, your book Unhumans definitely, touches over and over in history the problem. And in Christian Patriot, what you call unhumans, I'm calling the new secular religion, NSR. And they claim they're not a religion. They say, oh, no, we're not a religion, right? But when you look at them, they have their own inquisition. They have their own form of excommunication, which is cancellation. They have their own tribalism. They have their own clergy. They have their own holidays. They have their own parades. They have every single feature of a religion, and yet they hide behind the claim, oh, we're not a religion. And what happened, I think, after World War II is, the greatest generation, the boomer generation, they thought, we can't have strong convictions because then war is going to happen. Bad things are going to happen. And there was this sort of deal with the devil, I think, in the 1950s where Christians were told, hey, we want to have peace. And that moved into the 60s. We need peace. And in order for there to be peace, we need all of you Christians to privatize your religion. Hide it away. Don't talk about it. Don't bring it out into the public. Don't put it up on buildings. Don't have parades. Don't have Easter processions. Hide it away and we'll all be at peace. And what happened is that created a giant vacuum in the American culture. And that vacuum was filled very quickly in the 1960s by a new secular religion, which is unhuman. And they claim they're not a religion, but they have climbed the heights of our institutions, government, universities, school boards, you name it. They're in charge and they are enforcing their dogma. The proper word here is dogma. It's an unhuman dogma. And so what we need to do is identify their religion, but we also have to say, we are a Christian nation. When people say, well, Israel has Jewish culture, everyone's fine with that. You say, Saudi Arabia has Muslim culture, but that's great. But if you say, well, we need Christian culture, suddenly everyone's all upset with you and saying, well, you can't have that. You can't have Christian culture. And I think the time has come when we say, no, we are a Christian nation. We have a Christian heritage, a Christian patrimony, and we are going to stand for it. We are going to fight for it. That's how we conserve the nation.
And here's what's amazing, though, is, I've started to see this. I know you've seen it as well, that when you start coming out there, and I talked about this during the campaign last year, and I said, we need to stop being passive Christians. We need to become active Christians. And I, of course, used your great phrase, the great slogan, take up space. Just go out there and take up space as Christians in the public square. And so to all the FBI investigators watching this, it was Taylor Marshall's idea. But, this, and then these people come up, though, and we got a break coming up in a minute here. But, we would say things, and it's in the intro of the show, it has been for years, where they would take phrases like us saying Christ is king, and they would turn around and say that, wait a minute, you guys are extremist. You guys are crazy. You guys are nuts. And I said, well, I mean, are we extreme in our religious beliefs? Yes, because we actually believe that it's true. But Dr. Marshall, this, and we've got a minute to the break, this represents a threat to the new secular religion, doesn't it?
Yeah, and people say America's a post-Christian society. I don't agree with that, or else the new secular religion would not be coming so hard at us. The fact that they are bringing their dogma, their inquisition against us for something as innocent as us just saying, Christ is king. Christ is the Son of God. Christ is my Savior. For them wanting you to be fired, to lose your income, to be canceled on social media, that reveals that we're not post-Christian. We are still Christian. They are fighting tooth and nail to bring us down. I still think we have the upper hand. I still think we have time. And I think we're in a moment right now where we can proclaim Christ is king. And we can see that taking up space. Like you said, Poland does it. Hungary does it. Other nations are
Romania.
doing it. We can do it.
That's exactly right. In Romania as well, where George Simeon is 20 points up in the polls, and he's walking around everywhere saying Romania is a Christian nation and will remain a Christian nation. Folks, it's time to start being active about your religious beliefs once more. Jack Posobiec, you're listening to myself and Dr. Taylor Marshall. The book is Christian Patriot. Quick break, right back.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The world is watching the latest developments in the ongoing saga between Russia and Ukraine. The two sides are set to meet in Istanbul, Turkey, after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that he is sending a team to Istanbul for talks with Russia. While neither Zelensky nor Vladimir Putin will take part in the talks as many had hoped, Zelensky says his defense minister will lead the Ukrainian delegation.
I actually said, why would he go if I'm not going? Because I wasn't going to go. I wasn't planning to go. I would go, but I wasn't planning to go. And I said, I don't think he's going to go if I don't go. And that's turned out to be right. But we have people there. Marco, as you know, is doing a fantastic job. Marco's there, Secretary of State, and we have people there. But I didn't think it was possible for Putin to go if I'm not there.
And after meeting with Turkey's President Recep Erdogan earlier today in Ankara, Turkey, Zelensky said, and I'm quoting here, despite the relatively low level of the Russian delegation, out of respect for President Trump, out of respect for the high level of the Turkish delegation and for President Erdogan, we still want to try to take at least the first steps towards a ceasefire. So I've decided to send our delegation to Istanbul now. Zelensky says he will only attend direct talks with Vladimir Putin, no one else. The local Wisconsin judge accused of helping an illegal immigrant evade an immigration arrest pleads not guilty. Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan faced the judge herself today in federal court. She's charged with concealing an individual to prevent arrest along with obstruction. Prosecutors say she escorted the suspect and his lawyer out of her courtroom through a back jury door in order to help them avoid ICE agents who were looking to arrest him. Dugan's trial is now set for July. Excuse me. She faces up to 6 years in prison on both counts if convicted. Her attorneys filed a motion on Wednesday to dismiss the case, saying she was acting in her official capacity as a judge. That's your headlines.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're on with Dr. Taylor Marshall. So, Dr. Marshall, your book, Christian Patriot, and we're live, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network. This has come out, and you're advocating for, by the way, it's radical in it's the sense that it's a change of it's radical to the powers that be. It's radical to the new secular religion, the unhuman ideology that's taken over, this godless atheist ideology that's taken over our institutions. But for Christians, it's really just taking one more step. That's what I always say to Christians, just taking one more step. When I say be an active Christian, that means be Christian in everything that you do. Just put it forward. I use the example of, what do you mean? Like the Crusaders? Like, guys, we're not going all the way there yet. I said, it's like Linus. It's like Linus in the Snoopy, Christmas special when everybody's standing around saying, what's the true meaning of Christmas? And he goes, boom, spotlight. And he just starts reading from the Gospel of Luke. And he just stands on business for the Lord, stands up for the gospel in a public school, in a public setting, saying this is the meaning of Christmas. There is no other meaning of Christmas. All meanings of Christmas flow through this. And that's just the truth. And it's always going to be the truth. In fact, it's the greatest truth that's ever existed. So that's all we're talking about. But Dr. Marshall, how's the response been since you've released the book? I'll put it that way.
Well, the book is for pre-order. It'll come out this summer. But, we need to unite. And I think that's a big part of being a Christian patriot. That's why the book's called Christian Patriot. There needs to be a unification around the patria. Patria is Latin for fatherland. It's based on fatherhood. The family is the basis of the nation. John Adams taught that. Thomas Aquinas taught that. Augustine taught that. It is the perennial teaching of Christianity that the family is the basis of the nation. And so we need to rally around that concept. And unfortunately, when you try to do that, they do come after you, even within conservative circles. Just in the last few days, I just, quote tweeted Pope Leo, new pope, who said, there's communism, and we need to root that out. He made a very clear statement against communism. I retweeted that, and there's a gentleman named James Lindsay who quoted that and said, "You're a fascist. I should be your leader." Really went after it, when in reality, just saying,
wait. Hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. I haven't. Wait. You're a fascist for saying that we should fight communism?
Yeah. I mean, it's the strangest thing that you're saying.
And you have people who have been going around working with conservatives saying this.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to unite against communism. I quote a pope who says something objectively true against communists, and you have James Lindsay saying, "Oh, that's woke right. You're a fascist."
Hold on. I haven't seen it, guys. Can we? Producer Foz, Producer Russ, can we pull this? Can we actually? I want to see this. I'm like, what was wrong with your tweet? I'm still trying to figure out what was wrong with this, guys. I'm serious. This is pull the tweet up, guys. Guys, pull the tweet up.
You see if they can find it. Yeah.
Okay, right, they've got it now.
Yeah, so you can see the quote from Pope Leo. I mean, it's.
So you're a stupid fascist. Fascist. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't understand, why I'm a stupid fascist just by reposting something against communism, but from a Christian point of view. I think it's just from the Christian point of view that for some reason it's now stupid, fascist, or whatever. And, you can see in that tweet, James Lindsay says, "And I'd be a leader in any anti-communist," but you're not the leader, James. We're quoting here Pope Leo. There's other leaders in the movement, and the movement needs to be Christian, not generically anti-communistic right. We need spiritual power.
You can't define yourself by what you're against. You have to define yourself by what you're for. Dr. Marshall, I'm sorry that obviously this has gone through, but clearly you have struck a nerve with some people who have problems with Christianity. Tell people again where to follow you and where to get the book.
Yes, you can follow me on YouTube. I have a big channel there, almost 1.5 million subscribers, Dr. Taylor Marshall Podcast, and you can pre-order the book at ChristianPatriotBook.com. There's some signed copies, some limited releases. That's ChristianPatriotBook.com.
I got to tell you, Dr. Marshall, after you came on the book yesterday, after you came on the show yesterday to talk about the book, every single member of the team texted me separately saying, "I want copies of that book," because they know I've got an early draft. So I actually don't even think I told the other guys that. So I think, and by the way, we have a lot of people come on for interviews. Not a lot of people get that kind of response. This one, Christian Patriot, Dr. Taylor Marshall, the stupid fascist, apparently, for wanting to be Christian in public. Quick break, right back.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments today related to President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. Under the president's plan, children who are born on U.S. soil to parents who are in the country illegally or temporarily would be denied U.S. citizenship. Attorneys general from various states, including New Jersey, argue that they'll lose millions of dollars in benefits for children if the president's order is allowed to move forward. In the meantime, the justices spent the morning questioning attorneys on either side about how the federal government would go about enforcing the order, among other things. Another critical question the High Court is expected to answer with its ruling in this case is whether judges have the authority to issue nationwide or universal injunctions blocking an order from President Trump or any other president, for that matter, from being carried out. That question comes amid concern from the Trump administration that judges are overreaching by issuing orders that apply to everyone, not just the parties before their court. President Trump on the final leg of his Middle East tour, as another busy day is already underway for the commander-in-chief. He's participating in a state dinner in the United Arab Emirates before beginning his trek back home starting tomorrow. However, he started his day with this message to U.S. service members who are stationed in Qatar.
You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. There's not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before.
The president has spent much of the day in Abu Dhabi, where he also toured the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The United Arab Emirates, by the way, is the final stop of his 4-day Middle East visit. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being here with us. Now, let's get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. Very excited now to have Vish Burra joining us back on the program. Vish, you just took an incredible trip, so congrats on that. Also, by the way, congrats on OAN for picking up that new deal with Spectrum. What's up, man?
I'm good, Jack. Always happy to join you here on Human Events.
Tell me about the trip that you just took, the things that you saw, the sounds that you heard, the smells that you smelled.
Well, let me tell you, Jack, the smells actually in the prison itself, not really there. It's very antiseptic. It's almost kind of like a hospital. But wow. The people there and the sounds there, I'm telling you, it was a surreal experience.
Well, wait. Back up for the folks not watching on the TV side, listening to the podcast, you're on the Salem Radio Network, along with Hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk Show. Vish just returned with Matt Gaetz. You traveled to El Salvador, to CCOT, to this quote-unquote secret prison. You had the camera. You personally were holding cameras in there, and you're showing just stunning footage of this experiment in national safety and national success, a beacon to the world about how to protect your country against the worst of the worst. We're told constantly these people are being mistreated. I don't see anyone being mistreated. You just said it smells like a hospital.
That's right, Jack. That is right. I am returning. I returned from El Salvador, visited the prison, CCOT, where Nayib Bukele and President Trump had worked out an agreement to send Venezuelan Tren de Aragua members that we are deporting under Nayib Bukele's supervision at this CCOT center. Now, this is the same CCOT where President Bukele had utilized to lock up thousands upon thousands of MS-13 gang members, and some of the members that we back to El Salvador, the MS-13 members are also being held in this prison. Now, I shot a ton of that footage, and being there, like no treated or anything like that. In fact, a lot of those folks were getting medical treatment on site. A lot of those people were, in fact, getting better food than some people in America are eating today, especially the Tren de Aragua members. But the contrast between the MS-13 ward and the Tren de Aragua ward was just absolutely staggering, Jack. The MS-13 ward, you could hear a pin drop in there. These people were totally broken, totally just drained of hope, and you could see them in full compliance with whatever the guards say, whatever the people who are watching over them over there say. They even greeted us as we walked in, letting us know buenas. But the Tren de Aragua ward was out of control, Jack. They were as soon as we walked in, they were yelling, screaming at us. They were climbing up on the cages there and the cells there, you could see, and they were all yelling, that they've been kidnapped and that they are looking for their freedom. They want their freedom. They were yelling libertad, libertad. And so just to see these people up close, it made me appreciate the actions that Donald Trump took to put these people there and to make sure that these people are not on the streets of America killing people. In fact, our footage and our special on OAN included a interview with one of the MS-13 members who had been deported for. He said that he killed over 50 people, Jack. 50 people, and he said it nonchalantly, like lost count. Somewhere at 40. So these are the kinds of monsters that are being locked up in Sakat, and we should be thankful that President Trump has gotten these people off the streets and out of our communities to keep our families and our homes and our country safe.
Well, this is so strange to me because, I hear these people in the United States, they say this can't be done, that crime is just part and parcel of any big city. Actually, that was out of London. But that crime it's a complex problem, and we need to understand root causes, and we have to get into socioeconomic factors and all of these different things. Whereas Bukele just comes along and he says, well, let's just lock up the violent criminals and see what happens. And then, oh my gosh, all the violent crime goes away. And so it's just been this massive repudiation of the entire criminal justice field as well as sociology. But Vish, here's what's interesting is there's a question about this where I guess that comes up on the right and has come up in conservative discourse. I said something last year along the lines of, I forget exactly what it was, something along the lines of principles. Power without principles is tyranny, but principles without power is lunacy. Because you're a lunatic if you put your principles without having any power whatsoever. You must have power. You must have leverage. You must have the ability to do something, but you want to, and then you must apply your principles to the use of that power. However, we're now seeing, and I'm starting to see, that there are people who are very upset that conservatives are using power and, in fact, arguing against it. Can you walk me through some of that?
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. This is actually nothing new. We've always seen this throughout, especially the GOP and the Republican circles, really pre-Donald Trump. This was the kind of party that we had for a long time, especially, since William F. Buckley appointed himself the gatekeeper of conservatism, back in back pre-Y2K era, right? And he was the one who wanted to make sure that we were standing on principles and that we weren't exercising power or growing government or anything like that. And yes, we can sympathize and empathize with not wanting to grow the government to its Leviathan size. But when we have power, power, we should be able to use it and leverage it towards our ends, towards our people, to be able to benefit our base. That is what the Democrats understand very well, to create massive patronage networks, essentially, to fund their side, so now that we have power, and conservatives over a long time have learned this, especially after Donald Trump essentially took over the Republican Party and remade it into his image, we have seen that conservatives now have an appetite for leveraging power to pursue our ends. The thing is that, you know, these guys that, especially when we saw in 2023 during the primaries with DeSantis and Trump, a lot of these people were the same types who were supporting DeSantis, saying we should stand on principle at the sake of power, when in fact you need power first to implement any principle at all. And so now you're seeing a new crowd post the victory of Donald Trump in 2024. You're seeing that there is a new crowd who doesn't have any power, trying to convince conservatives that power is bad because their competitors now have power, right? And these are the people who are now using the woke right term. And these are the people who essentially see guys like you, guys like Cernovich, guys like Bannon as competitors to their influence over the MAGA base. And so now they're trying to hijack it by creating a false side game called woke right. And they are trying to latch onto the reservoir of value that is MAGA. At the end of the day, what they are trying to do, Jack, is they are trying to take over this thing of ours, right? The La Maga Nostra, right? This without omerta to either. That is what they want to do. They want to be able to hijack MAGA towards their ends by convincing the MAGA base that actually we are not MAGA. Vishbura, Jack Posobiec, Steve Bannon, Cernovich, we're not MAGA. Actually, James Lindsay's and the Konstantin Kissins of the world, they are the real MAGA. And we, Poso, Jack, Vishbura, we're going to ruin MAGA by pursuing our ends, by using power to implement MAGA principles. This is the argument that they're trying to make, and they're to lose it flatly because MAGA has smartened up to the snakes in the grass, or should I say the serpents in the grass, who have been trying to hurt our ends that are just not going to work for us and haven't worked for us until Donald Trump came along.
Well, Vish, what's so strange about this as well is you see the examples, you see Trump, you see President Bukele, obviously they're working together for deportations. But again, what they're doing is they're taking action. And this is what Steve Bannon taught to all of us. It doesn't matter what your opinions are. Nobody cares what you think. Nobody cares what your, how well you understand this issue and you know every little terrorist group in the Middle East. Oh, that's so good. You want a little pat on the back? You want a little cookie? You want something like that? What are you going to do about any of this? What are you getting done? And Elon Musk, by the way, to his credit, what did you get done this week? Action, action, action. This is our credo. We do not sit around and have, these are all action-oriented programs. These are all action-oriented stances. If anything, by the way, Trump's first 100 days were setting the preconditions for the explosion of action that we are going to see in the next 100 days. And I've said this to many reporters who are asking me about this. That's where MAGA's at. MAGA wants more of the same and at an exponential clip. We want this thing to go parabolic. Okay, that's what we want to see. Straight to the moon, right? Like one of the great meme stocks out there. So the idea that we're just going to sit around and debate, that's what these centrists, who are typically, by the way, when you call them those who use this phrase woke right, they are temporarily embarrassed liberals. They never converted to conservatism. They're certainly not interested in populist nationalism. They aren't populist at all. They exist to try to extract money and donations from their elite donor network. And they have no interest whatsoever in moving the needle. And in fact, by the way, one of the reasons that they ran into an issue, the woke left was defeated by the election of Donald J. Trump and the complete repudiation of them at the ballot box. And since the woke left was defeated, well, these anti-woke warriors needed a new form of wokeness to fight against. Well, finding that they had none, they created one where nothing existed. Stay tuned, folks. We're on with Vishbara. We're explaining what's going on out there on the waterfront. We're bringing it all home to you. Human Events Daily. You're listening to Jack Posobiec. Quick break, right back.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're on with Vish Burr. He's the producer of the Matt Gaetz Show over at OAN. Just got back from Sacat down in El Salvador, and we're talking about how conservatives win by wielding power. We wield power through our conservative principles, but if we do not attempt to wield power, we lose everything, and the left is able to take control. This has been the huge, I would say, revolution in conservative thought over the last, it's been a decade, but really the last two years, even last 18 months, I would say. This is something, by the way, that Vice President J.D. Vance completely understands. By the way, folks, kind of an aside, but our question of the day a few days ago, we were asking, should J.D. Vance go to Rome to visit the new Pope? Well, earlier today, it was just announced that J.D. Vance will be traveling to Rome to visit the new Pope, and he's going to be attending the inaugural Mass of Pope Leo XIV. Why? Because the Pope is a node of power. St. Peter's Basilica is a node of power in the world. By the way, whether you like it or not, it's true. Vish, that's really what this all comes down to, isn't it? We're talking about power structures which are true. That doesn't make us woke for understanding that power structures exist. It makes us smart because we understand how the world works.
That's right, Jack. And, the thing is that we have to understand power is real. That's the very first fundamental thing that we have to understand, accept, and then navigate with, right? And not only do we know that, but our critics know that as well, right? Whether they're on the left or the right, they know that power is real as well. It was so interesting when Lindsay had his crash out recently on Dr. Taylor Marshall's rather innocuous post about standing with the new Pope Leo. He put up a quote talking about, we'll fight against communism together. And the mask goes off on Lindsay, and he says, well, you know what? No, that's not true. You guys aren't really trying to fight communism, because if you were, you'd make me your leader. Sounds like you want some power, Mr. Lindsay, right? That's the thing. And I want to take a step further, right? Not only do they understand power, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to reforge old and defeated weapons that MAGA have already defeated, right? For example, the accusations of racism, sexism, xenophobia, and in fact, the post-World War II liberal consensus in and of itself, that whole superstructure that is totally outdated and obsolete. These people who use this woke right label and smear, they are trying to reforge these old weapons that we've defeated. They're trying to bring back the power in those terms, in those smears of racism, sexism, and all this other stuff, misogyny, all these defeated terms, defeated ideas. And so because they are not able to fight with their own real legitimate ideas, which are really just old ideas, status quo ideas about why the post-World War II liberal consensus is still good and worth protecting. And these people are trying to bring power back to that, because that is where their power lies, right? The PhDs of the world, the people who...
Well, the consensus where we always lost. The consensus where we would win elections, we could win votes, but we lost the country, we lost on ideals, we lost the power of institutions, we lost Hollywood, we lost all of these things. And all of these ridiculous canards of, just go build your own institution, don't go to college, don't do any of this stuff, just leave all the power structures to the left. It was always a joke. And by the way, all of the people who would say stuff like that, what would they do? Well, they would turn around and they'd go to the colleges and they would get the PhDs and they would get the credentials and they would go there time and time again. Why? Because those are nodes of power. They are, in fact, power-conferring institutions which is something that is actually more important than the piece of paper. Now, is it right for everybody? Of course, longer discussion, but the point is the power that you get through those power networks of going through one of the institutions. Vishbara, where can people go to get your thoughts and subscribe to your many, many ideas?
Thanks, Jack. You can follow me on X at Vishbara. Make sure to tune in to the Matt Gaetz Show, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific on OAN. We're always covering the latest and greatest and some of those great ideas on the show as well. And as always, make sure you're tuning in to Human Events with Jack Posobiec, because all the cutting edge stuff is right here.
Well, I appreciate that so much, Vish. Man, I'm got a little FOMO. I gotta go down to Secot myself to check it out. But I want to get back to Gitmo, folks. As a guy who served at Guantanamo Bay in the interrogation cell, I want to get back down there at some point. But we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Griffin.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, Yellow Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gray. It is Thursday, the 15th of May. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us here on Real America's Voice. Our former Congressman Pete Hoekstra was recently sworn in as the new U.S. ambassador to Canada. He'll be on here to discuss, in his first TV interview, the relations with what Donald Trump called the 51st state and that brand new prime minister, plus the tariffs. All of that coming up. And the latest polling shows that President Trump's approval ratings continue to swing above 50%, meaning most Americans on board with his agenda and his policies. I'll bring on an expert from Rasmussen. Mark Mitchell will be here. And then later, Real America's Voice border correspondent Ben Bergquam spending a day with ICE touring one of their detention centers outside of Houston, Texas. We'll bring Ben on with an exclusive look inside that facility, whatever he can show us. All that coming your way today, but first we start here. I've been talking about the dishonest and failed corporate media here for years. And at one time, I worked in the shallow cesspool they call NBC, but it's getting worse. And they seem incapable of taking responsibility for the failures we all see that are so obvious. Jake Tapper now making the media rounds, boosting his latest shameless money grab, a book that he titled Original Sin, President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again. Original Sin should focus on the mainstream media, but now that it's 2025, the media want you to talk about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now they're ready to admit that there was a cover-up? Really, now? Where were these truth tellers when we were all watching Joe Biden fall apart? We were screaming it from the rooftops. This is nothing but a hypocritical cash cow for Tapper and his cronies, and I'm here to tell you I'm going to call it out every step of the way for 4 years or more. The legacy media, your New York Times, your Washington Post, your Chicken Noodle News ran interference for a man who couldn't string a sentence together without a teleprompter and a prayer and somebody holding his hand. Tapper wants us to believe that no one could have guessed that Joe Biden was in decline when this is what you and I saw, and in fact everyone saw and heard during his 4 years in office. Here's a reminder.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one.
But the mainstream media mocked me and anyone that called out what was obvious. Things like what you just watched and heard, called us conspiracy theorists and clutched their pearls when we pointed out what was blatantly clear. Joe Biden was not fit to ride a bicycle or run a bath, let alone run the free world. And now, with Tapper's book set to hit the shelves on May 20th, they're suddenly shocked. Shocked, I say, that Biden's team hid his serious decline. Give me a break. Here's Jake Tapper himself in 2020, shaming Lara Trump and talking over her for calling out what is blatantly obvious, and that's Biden's cognitive decline since before the first time he was installed. Listen to this.
You made this comment earlier in the campaign about Joe Biden. Let's take a listen to that.
Every time he comes on stage or they turn to him, I'm like, Joe, can you get it out? Let's get the words out, Joe. You kind of feel bad for him.
How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
First and foremost, I had no idea that Joe Biden ever suffered from a stutter. I think what we see on stage with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline. Okay. That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You have no. This is so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline.
Well, when you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline. I would think.
I'm
that somebody in the Trump family would be more sensitive to people who do not have medical licenses diagnosing politicians from afar. Plenty of people have diagnosed your father from afar, and I'm sure it offends you, your father-in-law from afar. I'm sure it offends you. You don't have any standing to say.
I'm not diagnosing him. What I'm saying, Jake,
just talked
is
about
that
a cognitive decline.
What would your diagnosis of Jake Tapper be? What would you diagnose him as being? Unbelievable to watch that. Let's talk about Biden's cognitive decline, a condition that Tapper said there was no evidence of. Let's talk about that, shall we? The man skipped his annual physical's cognitive exam every single year of his presidency. In 2021, his physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, conveniently left out any mention of a cognitive test in Biden's health report. Some story that repeated itself 2022, 2023, 2024. Crickets, nothing. The White House brushed it off, saying Biden's daily activities were proof enough of his mental sharpness. Really? Like shuffling across the lawn, a clear sign. Whispering into microphones or shouting and calling out for dead members of Congress during speeches. The media ate it up, never pressing harder. They let Karine Jean-Pierre dodge questions about Biden's health like she was auditioning for the Olympics. And now these pundits are laying the blame entirely at the feet of Democrat politicians. Chuck Schumer cleanly dodged the question on Joe Biden not being fit for president. And then Chuck Todd, well, he blamed the Democrats when he was one of the biggest liars of all on TV and was as complicit as anyone out there talking about it. And now he wants to point fingers. Look at all of this.
Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward. We have the largest Medicaid cut in front of us. We have the whole federal
you're
government
facing all
at
of this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And is that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Senator Chuck Schumer, I know you got to go. I appreciate your time today. We'll see you soon, I hope. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. And our panel joins us now. CNN political commentator Jonah Goldberg, the host of the Chuck Toddcast, Chuck Todd, Democratic strategist Paul Begala, Republican pollster Kristen Soltis Anderson, both CNN political commentators. Chuck Todd, go.
He is among the people that are responsible for this. The leaders of the Democratic Party, the staff of the White House, and I have to say, I find everybody now talking to these authors, get out of here. Go home. You're part of the problem. Now you tell us. So I find, the reason why the Democratic Party has less credibility today. Here's an unpopular president, and the Democratic Party has a worse rating than the Republican Party with this catastrophic governance that we've seen over the last 120 days. And yet, why is the Democratic Party in worse shape? Because of this distrust, because of this, frankly, what the public feels as if the party leadership let them down and let this happen. He's as responsible as anybody else. He was a leader in the party. He could have said something sooner, and he didn't.
I'd like an air sickness bag if it's okay. I mean, the absurdity of all that. Well, it went next level with little Chucky Todd spitting and sputtering how it was not his fault. Of course it was. Of course it was his fault and others like him. They covered it up knowingly, but he never lost access to the White House, did he? No, because he carried the water for them and kissed their ass, frankly, and the entire Biden team. That's what they did. Here's more.
Joe Scarborough is not a journalist. He is a defender. Fair. Right? Pundits were defending because they didn't want to lose their access. To the White House. Journalists were getting essentially stonewalled. The actual journalists who were doing the work. So that's where I want to draw a line, because I do sort of resent this idea that somehow it's the media's fault that Joe Biden ran for president. Ultimately, it is Joe Biden, the West Wing, and the Democratic Party who created this disaster.
That's all fine. Wrong answer, Todd. Wrong answer. You were complicit. You were involved. You were there. Yeah, when George Clooney wasn't recognized by Joe Biden, everybody knew it in your circles because you talk amongst yourselves. You're friends, Chuck. It's on his hands, and everybody like him. They don't want to wash their hands, but pretend like the big story was kept from them, but it wasn't. It was right in front of their face, just like it was in front of ours. They just refused to cover it because they didn't want Donald Trump to win the election. We told you the truth here. It wasn't just the TV talking heads either. The supposed pillars of journalism were in on it. The headlines in the New York Times and Washington Post were masterpieces of gaslighting. Here's a New York Times piece on Biden's 80th birthday. It says, quote, experts in geriatrics say people in their 80s who are active, engaged, and have a sense of purpose can remain productive and healthy. And that wisdom and experience are important factors to consider. That was the rallying cry, of course, wisdom and experience, not incontinence and incompetence. And while Joe Biden showed up every other week looking like he didn't know where he was or what planet he was on, and when videos of his stumbling and mumbling would go viral, these institutions would claim it was just misinformation. It wasn't. Here's the Washington Post reporting, quote, how Republicans used misleading videos to attack Biden in a 24-hour period. Such deceptively edited videos are known as cheap fakes. They become staples of Republican attacks against the president. Really? Tapper's book claims Biden's debate flop was the natural result of an 81-year-old man whose faculties had been diminishing for years. He had more access to the White House than I did. But he couldn't see that earlier? I could. And so could you. And now you want $32 for your explosive reckoning? Spare me. I wouldn't give you 32 cents for something we figured out in 2019. Tapper and his co-author, Axios' Alex Thompson, are cashing in on a scandal they helped perpetuate. They cite over 200 interviews to reveal what we already knew. Biden's aides discussed wheelchairs for a second term. Donors were kept in the dark, and Democrats buried their heads in the sand. And we all watched. This is the same media, by the way, that's still platforming James Carville, who makes outrageous predictions that this administration, the one with a competent president, will collapse. And last month, he had the audacity to dig his heels in even further in that assumption. Listen to this.
Is it collapsing or has it collapsed? That's the only argument to have. And I was wrong. I said Memorial Day. It's before April Fool's Day, which the Trump administration should make a national holiday because it so accurately represents who they are. So I'm not really, we're not arguing when we look at what's happening in the markets, we look at what's happening on Sigelgate, we look at what's happening all around us, treating measles with apricot pits or something like that. I think the thing is collapsed.
Oh, it collapsed. Really? Before April Fool's Day. So that was back in February, March. Gee, the markets today are at almost 43,000 and climbing. You see, these people aren't serious. They're not. They follow whatever narrative makes their party look the best, or in Tapper's case, makes them look sorry about their sins, or they kind of say, whoops, we missed that. Or, more importantly, makes them money. Original sin isn't about truth, it's about profit. Tapper's not exposing the cover-up, he's exploiting it. We've been sounding the alarm here since 2020, or before. I was doing it in 2019, and all we got was censorship and scorn. The mainstream media, Tapper included, enabled this Greek tragedy, as they call it, and now they're selling the script. If you want the real story, talk to the MAGA warriors who never wavered. We didn't need 200 interviews to see what was plain as day. Joe Biden's decline was no secret, except to those who chose to look the other way. Shame on you, Jake Tapper, and shame on the media for thinking we're too dumb to notice. We didn't miss it, and that's why you're mad at us too, because we're calling you out for it. All right, coming up after the break, I'll bring on the new U.S. ambassador to Canada, my friend Pete Hoekstra, and show you what he had to say about U.S.-Canadian relations and a lot more coming up next on Voice Live. welcome back to the program. My next guest used to be a regular contributor on this program until he was called by Donald Trump to serve in the new administration as the ambassador to Canada. Pete Hoekstra, a longtime lawmaker, a former House Intelligence Committee chair, and a longtime friend of this program, finally able to come back on. Glad that he can. Pete, nice to see you again.
Always good to be with you. Thanks, Steve.
Never a dull moment. Right now, the president is touring, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, working deals and trying to put in good trade deals as well. He's doing that with China. The tariffs there put on hold. The tariffs in other places put on hold. One of the biggest, most contentious tariff issues, it was where you are now. Canada, first of all, congratulations on the new position. Congratulations on your confirmation. But a lot of work to do. A brand new Prime Minister in Canada, Mark Carney, is now head of state there. And he had some tough things to say about Donald Trump until he met in person. Then he softened his stance. Look, Canada's a big part of who we are. And it's a big job for you, isn't it?
It's a great job, Steve. I'm thrilled that Donald Trump asked me to represent him and represent the United States in Canada. It is a big job. I mean, I've been in Canada now for 2 weeks. We spent 2 days in Washington last week when Carney and the president got together. I thought it was a very productive meeting between the two of them. Most of the meeting, of course, was held at lunch, where there were 14 potted plants sitting around the table as we observed and watched what the president and the prime minister had to talk about. It was a very substantive discussion. It was also a very good lunch for the rest of us. So it was good to be there. And then, we this past week, I spent 2 days in Washington for a program called Select USA, which is the United States and 50 states making a pitch to investors around the world to invest in the United States of America. And that was a great couple of days. I had an opportunity to meet with dozens of Canadian businesses who are talking about the business they already do in the United States, but also about potentially expanding their footprint in the United States of America.
You're used to representing Michigan when you go out there on the stage, but now you're representing all of America when it comes to investment and what happens between the United States and Canada. So what about these tariffs? Obviously, they were an issue, and then Donald Trump, of course, calling Canada the 51st state. Now, having said all that, Mark Carney was elected by the Progressive Party there in Canada, but Danielle Smith out in Alberta said, look, we'll hold a referendum on leaving Canada come next year if they get the signatures. There's some things that they would have to go through for that to happen. So there's still some upheaval in Canada. You come into this job at a very interesting time, to say the least, don't you?
No, it's a fascinating time, but we'll get a lot more clarity in a couple of weeks. We're not getting it right now. Obviously, we saw some of the things that the president and the prime minister discussed, and we got a hint as to where they were going. But the president and the prime minister have decided not to share much of that publicly at this point in time. The prime minister just put together his cabinet this week. They have what is called a speech from the throne, which happens towards the end of this month. I think it's the Tuesday after Memorial Day. But the speech from the throne, it'll be King Charles will be here. He will read the speech that is provided to him by Mark Carney and the Liberal Party, and it lays out their agenda, what they want Parliament to do over the coming months. And at that point in time, I think we'll get a lot more clarity as to we've moved beyond the campaign. We've moved beyond a transition period. Here's what Canada is willing to do, in this relationship to get us back on the right track.
It's a fair point you make there. Look, Donald Trump said plenty of things on the campaign trail, trying to win an election. He did. Mark Carney has said plenty on his way to becoming the next prime minister. That's the nature of political campaigns. You say some things, but once you get into office, maybe they're not exactly the way things turn out. Pete, you've been through a number of these things yourself. You know that full well. But some of the things that I think concern people here with Mark Carney, his pursuit of net zero, his pursuit of climate initiatives that would limit the use of oil and natural gas and shale. And some of those things obviously benefit your home state of Michigan. They benefit the United States. And that's one of the things that's going to have to be figured out, isn't it?
It is going to have to be figured out. And that's why I think there's a lot of us that are eagerly anticipating what comes out of the speech from the throne, because this will then be the message and the agenda from Prime Minister Carney. Now, I will take a little bit.
So I want to stop right there. I want you to help us out with it, just to educate us a little bit here. This speech from the throne with King Charles. Right. Obviously, it's a figurehead position, being the king of England and the Commonwealth of Canada. But how much weight does it carry?
Oh, it carries it. Assuming it is exactly what happens in the Netherlands, it carries a tremendous amount of weight. This is not the King of the Netherlands, in my experience in the Netherlands, right? Or in this case now, King Charles coming in, that he's sitting at his desk right now and trying to write a speech that he's going to deliver in Canada in 2 weeks. This is the Liberal Party putting together their platform into a speech. And they will literally, if it's the same as in the Netherlands, they will literally hand it to the king. The king will probably rehearse it, but he will not rehearse it for presentation where it has accent marks and those types of things. He will get, in the Netherlands, what the king would do. He would read the speech in pretty much a monotone, all right? But when you went through the speech, you would see the agenda of the majority party or the ruling coalition in the Netherlands come out in the speech. And I'm assuming that is, from what I've heard, that is exactly what we will see in the speech from the throne. So basically, they'll recite
the progressives, Mark Carney and his team will put in what they want. The king will basically recite it from. That's what I was asking. King Charles isn't going to come over and deliver his edict. It's going to be the progressives and how they see the country going. Okay, so beside some of these issues, one of the deals that I saw with the UK, for example, opened up agricultural markets to American products far more than they have in a long time. That's got to be something that American farmers are hoping for in any new deal when it comes to trade with the Canadians, wouldn't you think?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think the president was very clear. Our Ag Secretary Rollins, they were very clear that, hey, the deal with the UK is good for American farmers, good for American agriculture. So, and I think, we've got some concerns with Canada at the same time, whether it's dairy, whether it's wheat, and those kinds of things that are going to have to be resolved in the coming months as we work towards a revised trade agreement with Canada.
Yeah. Pete Hoekstra, the brand new ambassador to the nation of Canada. He's been surrounded by Canada his entire life living in Michigan. We're just glad they didn't invade from Ontario. Pete, congratulations on the new job. Really appreciate you taking time to be here, and hopefully we'll come and see you in Ottawa one of these days, sir. Thank you.
The door is always open, Steve.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. Mr. Ambassador, thank you. And coming up after the break, I'll bring on the head pollster from Rasmussen to discuss Donald Trump's approval numbers. They're far better than some would have you believe. Straight ahead on AVL. I watch Real Clear Politics on a regular basis. A lot of times I'm there for the polling numbers. It's pretty remarkable what you see, because there's one pollster that has Donald Trump above water. Maybe two. Big data's in there, I suppose, above water. But for the most part, you've got these polls showing Donald Trump is, very unpopular. And I just find that hard to believe. That's why I bring on Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen to sort out what's true and what's not. Mark's here because he's the truther when it comes to polling. Mark, nice to have you back.
Yeah, great to be back. And I'll tell you what, this was the most predictable thing on earth. I said it all the way back in January. I said Donald Trump's going to have a honeymoon, and he's going to settle in at probably about 50% to 48% approval rating, about +2, because that's what he did back in November, and people know who Donald Trump is. There isn't this thing that, like, Donald Trump's all of a sudden going to offend everybody and they're going to jump ship. And, we had Trump +6, we had him -6. Right now we got him at +2. It's going to hover around there, and there are basically two types of pollsters right now. There are good pollsters and there are mainstream media corporate shill pollsters. You look at pollsters like Insider Advantage, Trafalgar, Big Data, you mentioned RMG, Harvard Harris, Emerson. They're all putting out stuff, if you compare it to us, that basically have a Trump net zero, net +1 average. We all are almost exactly in the same place if you look at like 10-period moving average. And then you have all the shills that were dropping -12 to -14s 2 weeks ago. And they've all sort of come back up to -8 or -6. They've sort of shot their, they perpetrated the 100-day op, and now they've moderated. It was so fake. You can see it on the Real Clear Politics chart, like you mentioned. Donald Trump had horrible polling for like 5 days 2 weeks ago for his 100-day mark, and now everything's back to normal. And they're 6 points to the left of good pollsters. So it's almost like there's two cadres. You can look right on down the sheet and see all of the names. And it's at this point, it's getting tired. I'm almost getting exhausted calling these people liars.
I mean, well, here's the thing, because they have to be lying. Look, you were right. You were at about 2 points, Trump +2, all the way leading up to Election Day. Since January 20th, Donald Trump has been as high as +6 and as low as -5 on your poll. And that -5 area happened right after the markets were having trouble in April. That makes sense. Okay, people were a little upset for a moment there. Now the markets come back. They like him again. And ever since May the 1st, he's been at 50, 51, 52. Today you've got him at 50, but +2. He's still above 50% or better. I think that's right. I've yet to meet the person that says, gosh, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris after I voted for Trump. I've never met that person, ever.
No,
right?
And there's been really detailed studies that have showed that basically nobody would jump ship. We've asked the question, too, is this what you voted for? Overwhelmingly, people say yes. And so they also support him from that perspective. And then also they're rating him very highly on the issues. He's doing between 6 and 8 points better than Joe Biden on any issue, except for the border. Joe Biden was like in the 20s on that. And then, as we talked about, right direction is just off the charts. We've had 2 days in a row now of 49%, and that's 20-year records. Donald Trump mentioned that in his speech in Saudi Arabia, and he was right. He said there's a new spirit in America, and at a certain point, it's not really about Trump's approval anymore. It's about when voters say that the country is on the right direction more than they ever have in all of Rasmussen Report's history. That means that people are looking at what Donald Trump's doing, and they're not seeing the same kind of stuff that you hear about in liberal echo chambers or on the mainstream media nightly news.
So I have to ask you, Mark, and because I look at these numbers. I went to the direction of the country. I'm in Real Clear Politics, and you can compare and contrast the polls. And it's an easy place to go and do that, and you're always on there. You've got 47 direction of the country, highest it's ever been, you said. But then I look at somebody like Yahoo News. Direction of the country, 38, 52, -14. News Nation, -18. So I have to ask you, are they actually doing polling? Or are they just filling in blank numbers and saying, well, today we'll put him at -12, today we'll put him at -10? Because at some point, the numbers are so bad that you have to ask yourself, are they even polling?
Yeah, like G. Elliott Morris putting out his very first poll of his new career as a newsletter writer because he got fired from 538 as it closed. And the very first poll he has Donald Trump underwater 16 points, like almost 20 points to the left of us. Again, absolutely the most predictable thing. I think one of the things you're seeing is that unlike Rasmussen reports, a lot of these pollsters don't put out as much polling. And so some of these names, like you mentioned, Yahoo, they might dump a poll every month or two. And so there's going to be some statistical noise. And they also, in my opinion, are kind of starting from scratch every time they poll. But for 20 straight years, every business night, Rasmussen Reports has asked that stupid question, right direction, wrong track, and we have an uninterrupted stream of data, and I can look at you right in the face and say that we haven't shifted our methodology. We just when the inauguration happens, we just change the name of the person in the question, and what we show is that Donald Trump is exceeding every other prior time. The next two highest times we've had right direction records were in February of 2020, right before COVID hit, and in the beginning of Trump's term. And then you have to go really far back. If you look at Real Clear Politics, you can tell their highest right direction is from the beginning of Obama's first term. And basically take what they have for Obama and substitute what we have for Trump, just switch them like for like. And that's the real answer. The real answer is people are happier now.
You know, I didn't realize, so 538 is no more.
Oh, yeah, it was beautiful. Me and Rich Barris were live on People's Pundit streaming, watching a Trump speech, and somebody dropped it in the comments. We're like popping champagne. Those were the biggest, most scummy propaganda manipulators. And, you know, it's owned by ABC, Disney. They kicked us out of the aggregate because they were, coming after the fact that we actually talk about polls with people. They didn't like us going on Steve Bannon's War Room and stuff. So nobody cares. They're gone. Yeah. The world's better for it. And what's beautiful is how many tens of millions of dollars they've spent trying to keep that turd afloat, and it's gone. Dustbin of history.
The punch bowl is now empty. You know, the truth out of the punch bowl. Right. Mark Mitchell, always appreciate you. And you know why? Because you actually poll and tell the truth. If Trump was underwater by 5 or 6 points, you just tell us. That's where, but it's not.
He was last week.
It's not the way it is.
Right.
A week or two ago. Right. All right. Mark Mitchell, thank you so much from Rasmussen. You can find it on Real Clear Politics and on Rasmussen. You can find it all over the place. If you want accurate polling, go with the guy that called November of 2024 exactly right. Well, tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed every day, and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are just a complete mess, they've got you covered, all right? Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you have not run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help you now before it's too late with the IRS. Back to the break. We'll be bringing out our own Ben Berquam, who is at a detention center near Houston, Texas. An exclusive look straight ahead on AVL. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. ICE agents across America are working hard to track down and deport violent, illegal alien gang members, among others. These are the ones that threaten everyday Americans like you and I. And thanks to the efforts of President Trump, Tom Homan, and ICE itself, Americans can breathe a little easier today, knowing that many of these criminals have been removed from the country. Real America's Voice border correspondent Ben Bergquam, currently touring an ICE detention facility just outside of Houston, Texas. He's with me now. Ben, good to see you today. What can you tell us about what you've seen, what you're experiencing, and what's happening there at the detention facility?
Well, thanks, Steve. We did an operation yesterday. We've been, I'm out here with Brett Bradford, the Houston ICE Field Office Director. We were out on operations yesterday. They've been working nonstop since President Trump took office. We're actually doing the first live interview at this facility. This is the Montgomery
Processing Facility.
So this is Real America's Voice News' first live interview out here. If you can just tell us better from your words than from mine, talk to us about the numbers we're seeing right now. I know you had a big operation last week. And the numbers of folks that were out here. We're actually out on this nice synthetic grass field that all the inmates get to stay at.
Sure. We had a nice surge operation last week. We had 422 total arrests in the field office. This facility you're at today is our Montgomery Processing Facility. This is where all of the arrests made in the Houston field office, this is where they come to be processed. Not only the ICE processing, but then they can also be processed and detained here at this facility. The capacity here is a little over 1,400. And as of May 12th, I believe we have about 1,200 detainees in here right now. 10% of those are female. The rest are male, so we do house male and female here, all criminal levels. And about 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions in addition to being in the country illegally.
And just to clarify, you know, when you look at some of the reporting that's going on nationally about your operations, your work, the great work you guys do, just are there any misconceptions that you want to get out there? I know we toured the medical facility. You've got a law library. What your objectives are in your operations?
Well, there's two things I would mention. Number one is we're not doing raids and sweeps. You'll see a lot of information out there about us raiding neighborhoods or sweeping neighborhoods. That's not how we operate. We do targeted enforcement. So before we ever go out to arrest anybody, we've done research. We've done database checks. We know who we're going after before we ever leave the office. Now, do we encounter other folks in the pursuit of that one target? Sure. And those are collateral arrests that we may make. Other individuals that are in the vehicle or in the residence with that individual will be identified. And if they're in the country illegally, they are subject to removal. But we're not just sweeping areas and looking for folks. We're going after specific individuals. The other thing in these facilities, I think you'll see when you do the tour today, these detainees are treated well. They're not mistreated. They get great medical care, dental care, food, nutrition, recreation. Everything is provided for them in this facility. So nobody's being mistreated. The purpose of our detention is not punitive in nature. It's for the purposes of removal. So we're holding them just long enough to effect their removal from the United States.
And you were saying the average right now is about 27 days that they're here before they're removed?
Yes, sir. About 27 days on average.
Well, I can tell you, Steve, just one thing. You call for a doctor's appointment, you're seen within 24 hours here. I don't know too many Americans that can say the same thing, but you know, it's a state-of-the-art facility. One of the questions I hear, and the last thing I'll ask and throw it back to you, Steve, is a lot of people are saying, okay, you know, we're looking at the total numbers that we have to go after. You know, 15 million, however, 20 million. It seems like small numbers so far. I mean, they're large numbers, relatively speaking. What's next? What's the next phase in getting the numbers that, you know, all of the people that need to be removed from the country?
I think the key in what you're seeing right now is developing partnerships and using our law enforcement partners throughout the area to assist us as force multipliers. Right now with our operations, we're working with 8 different agencies, federal, state, and local within the AOR, working jointly on teams to actually go out and do this immigration enforcement. And we're looking to continually further those partnerships and build additional partnerships. Right now for the Houston field office, I've got a little over 300 employees, so I'm not going to arrest millions of folks with 300 employees. So we've got to use these force multipliers and different tools that we have to assist us.
Well, on behalf of the American people, thank you for the work you do. Thank all the ICE agents out there. Steve?
Ben, great stuff out there from Houston. You'll have more on Law and Border with Ben Bergquam in the days to come. Of course, he's out there mixing up with folks all the time. We'll take a quick break and be back. Don't go anywhere. This is America's Voice Live. I think we all have a general interest, sometimes pretty keen interest, in staying healthy, protecting ourselves against viruses such as the common cold or other more serious conditions. But one of the most underrated aspects of maintaining one's health has to do with parasites, parasitic infections, and the connections they have to one's health. We don't think about it much. Here to talk with me about it is the CEO of the wellness company, Peter Galuli. Peter, nice to see you again.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
Parasites, people will find out after years. They felt run down, they felt tired, they felt fatigue. All of a sudden, they do a test or they do a parasite cleanse and realize, holy cow, the whole time I could have felt better. And they didn't because they didn't know any better. Parasites can really drag people down, and most people have them, right, Peter?
It's a shockingly common condition, Steve, especially in this day and age. We typically think of parasites as something that really only afflicts people in third world countries, but something like 1 in 6, 1 in 5 Americans have a parasitic infection. And let's think about it. We all have dogs. We all do outdoor activities. That's how you get these things in your body. And you can kind of normalize those feelings that you described, Steve, over time, which can actually be treated.
Yeah, you've got a new cleanse for this very problem. Look, it's fatigue, it's general soreness, it's being worn out, it's, just not feeling at the top of your game. You're eating right, you're going to the gym, you're still like, I'm not feeling it. Well, maybe you will if you use ivermectin and mebendazole. It's a combination cleanse. The wellness company put it together with your doctors like Peter McCullough. It is apparently the hottest thing going right now. Tell us about it.
Yeah, our Parasite Cleanse has been our fastest selling product this month, our surprise. And I think that speaks to how serious the public is about taking their health into their own hands. So parasites feed off of glucose, sugar that's in your body, and that generates those symptoms of, lethargy, fatigue, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, things that we oftentimes live with. And by taking things like ivermectin and mebendazole, you functionally starve the parasites of those nutrients, and then you're able to pass them and attack them with your ordinary immune system. So ivermectin and mebendazole, as we all kind of know from COVID, has been repurposed for 100 different uses. People are looking at it for COVID, cancer, all these different things. But the core FDA-approved use is actually parasites, and it's been used very safely in that manner for over 100 years. And we combined both drugs into a single daily capsule.
Yeah, ivermectin won the Nobel Prize. Back during COVID, they tried to tell us, it's a horse dewormer. No, it's a parasitic cleanse for the human body. In fact, in Africa, they called it the Sunday drug because millions of people take it every Sunday to get rid of river blindness and other parasites that were crippling people. So it's a pretty well-known and very safe drug. It's also very inexpensive. Maybe that's why others didn't want to offer it is an alternative for COVID and so forth. But that's just one of the things. Give us an idea, the wellness company. I know people have heard us talk about it, but there are memberships. There are other things available. There are emergency kits. There's this cleanse for parasites. But there's a whole host of things to keep you running at your maximum potential, isn't there?
Yeah, we've launched a number of new products this year, Steve. One of our biggest categories that we've entered is weight loss, giving people alternatives to those very harsh and dangerous injectable drugs like semaglutide and tirzepatide. We've been working on oral formats and natural formats of GLP-1s that you can take to help curb appetite. And we've seen a ton of people come to us this year and saying, my God, turns out I didn't need to take those expensive weekly injectables that scared me with the side effects. I can take simple natural products that you guys design, or even some of our oral versions of semaglutide that can curb cravings in a very natural and non-harmful way.
All right, you can find all of these things. The Parasite Cleanse Drop is this alternative to getting these as he said, harmful, powerful chemicals into your body and lose weight and feel better, and a whole host of other things. You can have access to healthcare 24/7. TWC.health/voice. TWC.health/voice. You can find out more. Peter Galuli, always a pleasure talking to you, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Again, TWC.health/voice. By the way, when you use the promo code VOICE, you can save 10%. Look, I've been using the Wellness Company for years. I'm a client, so therefore I believe in what they're doing. You will as well. We'll take a break here, and when we come back, maybe we'll talk about what makes America wonderful, or maybe Brian Glenn will be on the other side. He makes America wonderful. We'll be right back on AVL. Let's put a bow on this program, shall we? Big happenings at the Supreme Court today. You probably knew that. They're having a debate over anchor babies, right? But really the bigger question is whether these district courts, these federal district courts, can issue universal nationwide bans on anything that Donald Trump does, injunctions that affect the whole country. Like a judge in Louisiana saying you have to pay those Ivy League institutions, the ones that are 1,500 miles away from Louisiana. That's right. Brian Glenn joining me from the South Lawn. Brian, nice to see you today. I know you went over to the Supreme Court today and checked out the crowd. What'd you find?
I would say it was a smaller crowd in front of the Supreme Court, a lot smaller than some of the other cases that the Supreme Court has had these oral arguments on. But it seems like overall, I think the court is, for the most part, in agreement with President Trump. I just think they have kind of an issue with allowing a lower court to actually rule on something and kind of skip over the Supreme Court. But, even Kavanaugh perhaps suggested there's an alternative alternative to this, maybe class action lawsuits that could be brought against the administration for what's going on. But I will say this, just before we came on, I just read a story about these Chinese birthing houses where Chinese nationals are flown over to the U.S. They have their baby. They're in their seventh month of their pregnancy, right before they give birth, bring those babies back to China to raise them, but then later enter them back in the U.S. as U.S. citizens. And this is something that's been going on apparently for years.
Yeah, nothing good about that. Nothing good about that. Look, the 14th Amendment was intended to protect newly freed slaves. This has been completely bastardized, in my opinion. And by the way, Clarence Thomas pointed out in the arguments today that these nationwide injunctions didn't even begin until the first one they can find is about 1963. And then they were still incredibly rare until about 2007 when they started using them against George W. Bush. This is not normal. This is not the way the country has run at all. No. I got about 40 seconds here. I'll give you the last word on this.
No. You're absolutely right. And I will say this, by the size of the small group that's in front of the Supreme Court, I kind of feel like, in a way, the momentum for this has gone off a little bit. I don't know if those paid protesters have other things they're focusing on. But we'll see what happens. I think it would expect it to have some type of issue statement on here, maybe by the end of the session, I think, which ends next month.
Yeah. And by the way, 1 week from today, Brian's going to hand me the baton, and I'll be there on the South Lawn for about 10 days. I look forward to that while he takes a little break from the heavy duty of all that heavy lifting. Brian, I'll see you in a week.
I can't wait. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Look forward to it. I am excited about doing it. He's been there. Listen, I don't know if he's had any days off since January the 20th. I mean, he's been going, and look, to do the job, you have to keep up with Donald Trump. A 78-year-old man, you'd think that'd be easy. Not easy. The guy just goes constantly, and Brian's done a fine job keeping up. So I have been given the privilege, and it is a privilege, to go cover the White House for 10 days. I look forward to it. It'll be beginning late next week, so I look forward to that. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you spending time here. Remember, you can always start your broadcast and Real America's Voice with me on the Steve Gruber Show right here. It begins at 6 a.m. And join us for the latest breaking news. And then be back here for America's Voice Live tomorrow afternoon.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Nah, it must be 4 o'clock. Markets closing on Wall Street. 4 o'clock markets opening for news and politics on Bowling Street. There it is. Where's the bell? Bell. Bang, 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 bang. I'll go through as fast as we have a packed show for you today. The Dow Jones ended up 207. Well, I got 271. You guys have there we go, 278. NASDAQ down 35. Here's the good news. Oil down $1.40, 61, pushing under, get back under 60. Feel a lot better. Gold up $44. And for those who are watching, Bitcoin as we speak is 103,300, 103,200, 103,200. All right, let's get right to it, man. Huge show. My first guest recently introduced a resolution to censor Congresswoman LaMonica McIver of New Jersey due to her unlawful entry and assault on ICE officers at that Delaney Hall ICE facility on May 9th. Welcome, Congressman William Timmons from the great state of South Carolina. Welcome back, Congressman Timmons. So this is great. We're going to have Congressman Ogles on a little bit later. I want to talk to him about it as well. He's very upset about what's going on in his home state of Tennessee, specifically Nashville. Tell us, this is great. So Congresswoman McIver breaks the law and somehow thinks she's above the law. You want to have her censored? Tell us.
Absolutely. Her behavior was completely unacceptable. She body checked law enforcement. She was screaming and yelling and just acting entirely inappropriately for a human, no less a member of Congress. It is beneath the dignity of the office, and she needs to be held accountable. Look, I'm all for the censure motion that I filed, but I know Representative Buddy Carter from Georgia has filed a motion to kick all 3 of the New Jersey members off committee. And there's other options. But we have to make an example out of this behavior to make sure the American people know that this is unacceptable and that we're above this. We just can't let this stand.
Okay, so their famous line when they were going through lawfare with Trump is, he's an ex-president, so what? He's not above the law. No one is above the law. And it's all I'm hearing from these Democrats, especially the ones who are defending Ras Baraka, the Newark, New Jersey mayor, who did the same thing. He broke the line. He put hands on officers. He got arrested. He was arraigned today. What hypocrisy out of your colleagues in the House.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And we're going to hold them accountable, and we're going to make an example and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Censorship is a big deal. Tell the folks why censorship matters as a congressperson.
No, it used to matter a lot more, but basically your House colleagues make you stand in the well, and the speaker reads the motion and basically blesses you down in front of all of your colleagues. And the whole point is to say this is unacceptable behavior and we're not going to tolerate it. And so at the end of the motion, you actually have to leave the floor and you're not allowed to speak again that day. So, it has historically been a big deal. It's been used for a number of kind of less important things in the last couple of Congresses because the Democrats have kind of made a mockery of a lot of things. But it is still a big deal. You still are forced to be brought before your colleagues and made an example of him. Mm-hmm. That's what we need to do. Again,
I don't remember, Congressman. Did you guys censor Green when he stood up in State of the Union or whatever the first state, whatever you call the address to the American people, the first one that Trump he created an uproar. Did he actually he got escorted out of the chamber, but was he censored as well?
He was censored, absolutely, and he very much deserved it. I mean, that was outrageous to interrupt the presidential address in that way.
Okay, now, censor McIver, why not arrest her?
That's not my call. The president's former lawyer, Alina Habba, is the U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey. I'm sure they're looking into it. Obviously, we've got a very slim majority in the House. If she were to be otherwise engaged for the next 18 months, it would help our margins. But that's not my call.
Now we have. we have people essentially breaking the law, and liberals and progressives are saying, well, let's not. Specifically what I'm talking about, there's a federal judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who let an illegal out the back door. She got arrested, and her lawyers are saying, well, she's a judge. You can't arrest the judge. And I'm just thinking the hypocrisy, because they were saying the same thing about Trump not being above the law. Yet now they want a judge to be above the law. They want a congresswoman to be above the law, and a measly little Newark mayor to be above the law.
Well, the judge in Wisconsin was a state court judge and actively concealing technically a fugitive. And, that illegal immigrant had been, they were going to deport him, and she basically shielded him and took him out the back door through her chambers, and she's held accountable. The federal grand jury has indicted her, and she will have her day in court. But look, this is just ridiculous. And they think that they can get away with it. But I just remember back when the riots were burning down cities, and the Democrats didn't want to do anything. So I guess we should expect this much.
Is she in any of the hierarchy? Is she MacGyver? I'm speaking of in any committees, because I know that's another way to punish somebody. Look, it's common knowledge. The base salary of you folks, both House and the Senate, $174,000, but comes with a lot of benefits. But the people who are in leadership roles in committees, especially high-profile committees, get a lot more money. Why not? And a way to kind of punish people for bad behavior is take the gavel away from them, or in this case, it would be the top opposing party minority on the committee. Can you take any of those away from her?
So she is on a number of committees, but she's a freshman. There's not really she's not on important committees, if you will. But the resolution that's been filed by Buddy Carter actually proposes to take all 3 of the New Jersey members that were at the ICE detention facility off their committee assignments. So, it's something the Republican conference is going to have to figure out how we're going to handle it, but we have to have accountability.
What's the fear? I mean, you have the Congress, you have the gavel. Johnson has got the gavel. He can do this. Why isn't he pull it? It just goes to a vote, right?
It's a floor vote, and we need to make sure that we win the floor vote. We are very careful not to.
What Republican would stand in the way of censoring and or pulling committee from these 3 clowns? Pardon my French.
I do not see the censorship motion failing. I think it's probably a sure thing. The question becomes, I can tell you exactly what Rep. MacGyver did, but the other 2 New Jersey reps, I'm not sure exactly. I haven't seen the video footage. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm very comfortable with Rep. MacGyver's culpability and wrongdoing. So if we're going to take the other 2 off their committee assignments or censure them, we're going to have to get the video footage so we can determine that they are culpable and they did commit these crimes as well.
And I look at what the when Fetterman won, when he became senator, and he was wearing gym shorts and hoodies, and the Democrats had the Senate. Chuck Schumer was the majority leader, and he instituted a dress code on the Senate floor, which forced Fetterman to not show up. He could walk in and vote, and he couldn't linger. He couldn't be in your caucus, in their caucus, and that's Democrats. I mean, why can't we? You have the gavel. Let's show some strength. Use the freaking thing, Johnson. I'd love to bring him on the show and ask him, why aren't you using that gavel, and make a case, make an example, so that other people don't decide to pull the same garbage.
I think we are going to make an example out of her. I think the question is going to be when, and I think that's probably going to be soon. But we got to make sure we're all on the same page. And we're also, dealing with the one big beautiful bill that's taken up a lot of the time and a lot of the oxygen. And we got to get that bill passed, and that's probably our number 1 priority. Holding Rep. MacGyver accountable is a far second compared to getting Trump's entire agenda passed into law. So we're juggling a lot right now, but we're going to get it all done.
Well, one of the other things a lot of people are concerned about, Congress people have come on. We've had Marjorie Taylor Greene come on. We've had others come on saying Congress needs to stay, forget these 180 days of vacation, 200 days of vacation, whatever it is. I think it's 200 days off. We need to stay and get these executive orders and Trump's policies, Trump's agenda passed. I mean, you go away for weeks at a time. Is there any push to maybe give up some of that time off? And I know what you're going to say. It's not vacation. Like, we go back to district and we talk to the folks. But I don't know. A lot of American people would like to have 190 days or something like that off a year to talk to their neighbors.
I've worked more on the congressional schedule than anybody in Congress in the last 40 years, and I would change a lot. But, we do need to be here more. We got to get our work done. The biggest issue with codifying President Trump's executive orders is that most of them require 60 votes in the Senate. We do have a substantial number of them that are going to be included in reconciliation wherever possible, given the parameters of the parliamentarian and the Senate's rules. So we got to make sure that we don't run afoul of that.
All right.
The biggest issue.
I know. We want you, though, brother. We want you to, it was perfect. It's not even a perp walk. I mean, just see some punishment for acting like absolute embarrassing clowns to the rest of the world when they're looking in and seeing what our elected officials are up to. Congressman, really appreciate you here. William Timmons from South Carolina. Good to have you, my friend. Thank you. We'll bring you back again soon.
Thank you for having me on. Be well.
Okay. Before we hit a break, I just want to remind you about my podcast and YouTube page, updated daily. But right now, we are running something that's just on fire, folks. You got to come over and sign up and subscribe on YouTube or any of the podcast areas. You can see them right there. Just subscribe. It's free. But we're doing Diddy. We're doing the Diddy trial every day. Some of the salacious details that are coming out, it's mind-blowing. I can't even say them on cable television. So head over there and check it out. Subscribe, and you'll never miss. You can see these episodes, but also all that extra content. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. No, that's a pretty good place. That's a pretty fun place. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. A lot of golf courses, a lot of bars. Went down there and got myself in a little trouble in college. I think I did, but we got out of it. Everything ended up okay. Okay, folks, tax day may have passed, but if you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. The good news, though, and there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business, doesn't matter. You own the business, that's fine too. Even if your books are an absolute mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos, getting you back on track fast. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and those surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes a move on you. All right, my next guest, host of Rav's Law and Border, who was recently out with ICE Houston, and that's not a basketball team. That's actually the ICE agents in Houston. And now at the ICE Detention Center, welcome Ben Berquam back. And ICE Houston Field Director Brett Bradford is with him. Ben, if you have Brett, you can feel free to bring him in anytime. Tell us what you're finding, what you're seeing. I want to preface this with, I spoke to, I believe it was ICE, maybe it was Border, either both of them. I'm going to do a ride along with them in the next couple of days or so. Tell us what Houston is experiencing.
Awesome. Well, you mentioned that. I got to say, a lot of people have sports heroes. I have ICE heroes, the people that actually put on the uniform and protect our country, law enforcement that protects our country. Huge shout out to them. I'll bring on Brett Bradford. He's the field office director for the Houston AOR. We're here and this is a first of its kind, Eric. We're breaking some news out here at the Montgomery County Detention Center.
Yeah, Montgomery Processing Center.
And we're actually in one of the facilities here. This room holds 80 people. And this room is full of people, but they're outside recreating right now. If you would just give us we were riding with you yesterday. You guys had a big operation last week. Talk us about where you've been, where you guys are at now, and where you're heading.
Sure. Last week was one of our surge operations, and we actually ended the week with about 422 apprehensions, which was certainly a big week and a busy week for us. This facility that you're seeing today is where all of those arrests come to get processed. Some may actually end up getting detained or housed here. Some may go to other facilities. But this is the primary intake facility for the Houston Field Office, and it was built primarily for this purpose. So it's built and set up to most efficiently and expeditiously handle the ICE processes.
And total numbers right now that are here, and one of the big things is, a lot of mainstream media is giving you guys a hard time about who you're going after, the percentage of criminals that are here. Talk to us about the demographics that you see in this building.
Sure. There's a couple things I'd say. Number one, the total capacity of this building is a little over 1,400. We have about 1,200 in here right now. And the way we house them with classification levels and not housing hardcore criminals with non-criminals, you really never can meet that maximum capacity. There's always going to be some variable, but we stay pretty full here all the time. 60% of the folks in here right now are criminals, have criminal convictions, and about 10% of what you see in here right now are female. So it's 10% female, 90% male.
Hey, Ben.
One of the things you mentioned. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
I want to talk a little. This is fascinating because we're looking in the background. It looks like it's like a beautiful building. The reason why I bring this up, the Delaney ICE Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey, where all the ruckus happened, where the Newark mayor was arrested for breaking and entering, trespassing, touching hands on officers and whatnot. Beautiful facility too. I mean, gorgeous. I mean, just incredible how nice these people are being housed until they're sent back. What would Brett Bradford do if he were confronted with the same thing? The Houston mayor showing up at the door, he would tell him stay out, and maybe a couple of Congress people storming the door. What would be the protocol right now?
Well, Eric's asking, we saw the kind of the contention over in New Jersey and about the statements about the mistreatment of the people that are being housed there. First, before we get to that, Eric, just real quick on the actual treatment of the people, the medical facility here, the law library here, but then the second part of that is, what's the protocol? Are you guys anticipating anything similar to that happening, where you have outside influences coming here and trying to get into the facility, and what would happen if that were to happen in the future?
Sure. First and foremost, I think this facility, it's not here as punitive. It's not meant to punish the detainees. It's here to affect their removal from the United States and ensure their removal from the United States. They get full medical services, full dental services. They get 3 hot meals a day. They've got commissary. They're certainly not mistreated. I think they're treated very well here. They have adequate access to recreation. Each dorm has access to the recreation yard, so they can get as much recreation as they like. The medical, I'd like to hit on that because I think we get a lot of criticism on the medical. We've got a fantastic medical suite here with great staff. A lot of times we actually detect conditions these individuals had that they didn't even know about. They come from areas where they don't get adequate medical care, and they come here and immediately on intake they get an initial screening, medical screening. Then within 14 days they get a full physical examination to find any potential conditions they might have and get those conditions treated. So I certainly don't think anybody's being mistreated in this facility for sure. As far as what happened up in New Jersey, I don't foresee that here just because I think we're in an environment here in Texas and especially in Houston where we have pretty broad community support. I'm very transparent about my operations here and how we do our business. And because of that, I think we avoid a lot of those misperceptions. The community understands what we do and why we do it. And I think that's why we get the support that we get here.
And part of that, Eric, is us being able to invite it in here. Real America's Voice, this is exclusive, being able to come in, show this, show what's happening, especially on a live shot like this. This hasn't happened before. So appreciate you having us in there. Eric, anything else?
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. And the reason, Ben, and you'll appreciate this, is I'm looking at these facilities. They're really, they're beautiful. They have law libraries with 20, 30 portals, computers, full access to legal documents and whatnot to defend themselves and whatnot, gyms, soccer fields. And I juxtapose that with when the January 6th protesters were incarcerated for sometimes years, right? In just squalor, in horrible jail cells. Ben, it pisses me off. I'm sorry. It's a comment. It's not really a question, but just tell us more from there. If the numbers are actually staggering. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know the field office director can't get political on that, but no, there's no question about it. You know, the treatment, when you look at some of the political prisoners that we've seen in the past over the last several years, the treatment that they receive versus, I got to tell you, I'm touring this place, and it's probably got better medical than I have. Everything you could potentially need, even to the point where I say it's probably too, as a guy looking in, I'm like, wait a second, I honestly don't want them having that, but anyone who's saying they're not getting everything they potentially could get, they're not getting their due process, they're not getting treated fairly, I'm telling you what, it's an absolute sham. And I was actually talking to field office director. I toured the Clint Border Patrol station just before AOC went into it, and they had the whole protest out in front of that several years ago. And it was the same thing I found there. Everywhere you go, it's, what's presented in the media is oftentimes not the reality of what's on the ground. What I see from ICE, what I see from the facilities, the warden here running this facility is the pinnacle of professionalism and dealing with some of the hardest, worst people. We were talking 30 plus gang members that are here right now. Who knows how many cartel members. These guys are dealing with some of the worst people, and all you see is professionalism. So as one guy looking out or looking in, I got to tell you, it's the exact opposite of what you're hearing in many other places.
And so 1,200 are there, holds 1,400. How long are they going to be there? How long before you can get them out? Are we still waiting on judges to decide this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So talk to us about the numbers. I know you're part of that getting them out, not wasting taxpayer dollars, is getting them out quickly. Talk to us about how quickly, on average, you're moving through people, how quickly you can get them out, and why sometimes that slows down. And then also, this is one facility. There are 4 total facilities?
4 large facilities like this in the Houston field office. We have a couple smaller ones that house under 100 folks, but 4 main facilities. As far as the time that they're here with us, in this facility it's an average of 27 days. It varies a lot by nationality and by case type. If you've got somebody that wants to fight their case, there are a lot of appeal mechanisms and things like that that can delay it. But on average, 27 days. We've started here recently with a hub and spoke type operation. So when we're doing the big surge operations like last week, we'll actually have aircraft staged here. So when we go out and apprehend somebody, if they've already had due process, and most of the folks we're targeting have, and they have a final order of removal, we're going to arrest them that morning. We're going to process them that afternoon, and we're going to put them on that plane that evening to go to a hub location for removal. So we're trying as best we can to avoid as much detention costs as possible for the taxpayers and expedite the removal in these cases.
That's good news, Ben. We got to leave right there, my friend. Appreciate your time. Stay safe as always. Awesome. Great stuff. Ben Berkman and Field Office Houston Field Office Director Brett Bradford. Thank you guys both so much. All righty, folks.
Thank you, sir.
Before we head to break, I just want to remind you all about a podcast, YouTube page, which are both updated daily. Right now, we are all over the Diddy trial. There's salacious details. You will not believe what that disgusting man was doing and some of the things and some of the video. Can't even show it here. Can't even show it on TV. Go over there digitally. We can show you everything over there and talk about it. Just subscribe. It's free. Always going to be free. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Now, see, Mad Dog, I know why you did that. I know exactly why you did that. Bristol, Tennessee, this Bristol Speedway, NASCAR location. Beautiful, beautiful speedway. I know why you did that because my next guest, he fights for limited government, lower taxes, and greater freedom to preserve a better future for the next generation. That includes going after criminal illegal aliens and having ICE deport them all. Welcome, Congressman Andy Ogles. Congressman from Tennessee, you're taking issue with the Nashville, Tennessee mayor. Tell us about this fight and what's going on there, sir.
Yeah, so what we've seen all across the country, but specifically Nashville, Homeland Security under the Secretary Noma, under her leadership, ICE has come in and began deporting illegal immigrants. And keep in mind, when you look at that cohort of illegals that are being deported right now, it's murderers, it's rapists, it's child traffickers, drug dealers for meth and cocaine. I mean, this is not who you want on your streets in your community. You're not going to have them be your crossing guard, right, for your kids. And that being said, so the mayor of Nashville is now siding with these criminals, and so he's directed police officers to report any communications with federal law enforcement. The Community Police Oversight Board, he's directing them, telling citizens to file complaints against police officers if they assist federal law enforcement. So they're really putting police in the vice and weaponizing this oversight board against our men and women in blue. That's who keeps us safe. Look, this wokeness against the police, the defund the police nonsense, it's not worked across the country. It's not going to work in Nashville. And this mayor wants Nashville to be the San Francisco of the South, which would be a woke, liberal, broken city. And all I got to say is not under my watch.
It's interesting. You know, these things are so in the news. We agree with you completely. We had Tom Homan on the show yesterday, and we were talking, and he's doing a great job. Along with Secretary Noem, they're doing fantastic. So there's a judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who had an illegal come up to her court, and she slipped him out the back door. This judge is Hannah Dugan, U.S. judge, and she's charged now. She's being charged. She was arrested, and she's charged. My question is, the best part of this, her defense is that a judge can't be arrested for doing her job. Almost like, wait a minute, aren't you playing the same game in opposite of what you did with Trump? Anyway, I digress, but should this mayor, O'Connell, was it O'Connell or O'Donnell, should mayor of Nashville be arrested for aiding and abetting criminals?
Yeah, so we had a hearing in Homeland Security yesterday. So I asked Secretary Noem, one, if his comments were concerning. She said, and I'll paraphrase, absolutely. But then I said, if he's found to be, aiding and abetting illegals, if he's found to have, helped them, quite frankly, get away or elude federal law enforcement, is that a crime? In both questions, she said, I believe it is. And so what I've done is called for the Homeland Security Committee and the Judiciary Committee to look into Nashville. But it's not just Nashville. You see other woke mayors across the country really working against our federal law enforcement, working against President Donald Trump. And one of the things we've uncovered in Nashville, thanks to the Tennessee Star, is that we now know that there's millions of dollars, roughly $3 million that went to Metro Nashville. It went to a nonprofit. Then that money is now going to a new nonprofit that is going to, I don't know, is it going to help illegals escape? Is it going to help them evade federal law enforcement? So there's a lot to unpack here. And again, look, I get it. The mayor doesn't agree with me on immigration or whatever. But that being said, we're a land of laws. We've got to follow those laws. And quite frankly, it makes it more dangerous for federal law enforcement. We're seeing a 400% increase in attacks against law enforcement, specifically federal law enforcement. And so this type of rhetoric, these types of actions, making them the bad guys, when in reality, they're taking MS-13, they're taking Trinidad, they're taking rough, radical, mean people off the streets. So if you're going to make me decide, do I pick between illegal criminals or Tennesseans? I pick Tennesseans every day. You're going to make me pick between illegal criminals and Americans? I'm going to pick Americans. So with that, there's a lot to uncover. We need to have an investigation. This mayor and any other municipal official that's interfering with Secretary Noem and her departments.
Yeah, at some point, maybe Trump can do what he did with the governor of Maine. You don't want to play by the rules that we're putting out, then we're just going to pull back some federal funding for things that you will absolutely need. And she fought him for a while, and then something came up, and one of the school issues, and they said, well, we're going to pull some funding to your schools, and she came, hat in hand, begging for forgiveness. Maybe that's the way to do it. You went to the El Salvador prison where the Tren de la Agua prisoners were being held, the ones that were transported from here. Tell us what you found.
Well, first of all, President Bugale has really turned his country around. So if you don't know much about El Salvador, this is a country that's been in the middle of civil war and gang violence for, 40 years. They don't have a tremendous economy because of that violence. And he was elected president, and he made a commitment to rounding up the gangs and putting them in prison. So you have this infamous prison, CCOT. I visited the prison. I toured the facility. I can tell you that they're treated fairly. They're getting food. The facilities were clean. Now they're strict. But again, I literally talked to an individual who had been deported from Nashville, but then secondly, one of the MS-13 gang members that had been up here in the East Coast, Virginia, New Hampshire, and places in between, is that, the question was asked, when did you get into the gangs? He said 13. Now, why are you in here? His response was homicide. And then the next question was, well, how many people have you killed? And as plain-faced, as stone-faced as you and I talking right now, he said 50. And there was a clarification, 50? Yes, 50. And so these are the types of people that are being sent to El Salvador. Kudos to President Bugale, because he's turned his country around. Now you're seeing more gang violence in Costa Rica and other places. This is a model for Central America. And this has significance to the United States. So why should you care? As we look to decouple from China, We need manufacturing capabilities. Obviously, we want jobs to come back here. We want manufacturing to come back here, but there's opportunities in India, in Mexico, in Canada, and also Central and South America. And we saw during COVID when we were over-reliant on China, they could choke off our supply chain and suddenly couldn't get everyday things and items. So I'd rather be dependent, diversify our manufacturing, and quite frankly, bring it back to the United States. So there's a tremendous opportunity here to partner with El Salvador. One, to get these criminals off of our streets. Secondly, to decouple. They can be part of that equation in decoupling from China.
Yeah, we just got to get federal judges to get out of the way. Federal judges stop acting like super presidents, declaring the will of the president null and void, which is insane.
Our founding fathers warned us against an activist judiciary.
Correct.
Over and over again. They said that the judiciary could disrupt the balance of powers. You're seeing it unfold today, where you have the judiciary that is weaponized against the American people and against President Donald Trump.
One more before I let you go. So one of the big stories over the weekend coming into this week was the group of Congress people and the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. His name is Raz Baraka. Stormed the ICE facility there, broke some laws, trespassing, and maybe even assaulting officers. He gets arrested. Some of the other Congress people are up in arms. And so one of your colleagues, and this just blows me away. I just asked Tom Homan about this yesterday. He had a great answer. I'd like you to respond to this soundbite of AOC having words for Tom Homan and Kristi Noem.
You lay a finger on someone, on Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, on Representative or any of the representatives that were there, you lay a finger on them, we are going to have a problem.
We're going to have a what do you think? What the problem she think it's going to be, and what's your answer to that, Congressman Ogles?
So going back to my conversation with Secretary Noem, I asked her in committee, does the oversight authority of Congress allow members of Congress to storm and break into a detention facility? Her answer was no. I said, does the oversight authority allow members of Congress to assault members of federal law enforcement? She said, of course, no. I said, well, is it illegal for a member of anyone to assault a member of the federal law enforcement or law enforcement in general? Of course, the answer is yes. And so that's why I called for the investigation, into this situation, but also the mayor of Nashville. But look, you can't, regardless, Joe the plumber, soccer mom, member of Congress, you cannot assault a member of law enforcement. If you think that's okay, you're the problem, not me. And so AOC's veiled threats is the fact that she knows she is wrong. She knows the law is not with her. And all she can do is posture and threat and say, well, I tried to defend them. But at the end of the day, if they assaulted those police officers, there should be an investigation. And if proof is there, there should be an arrest.
What about censorship for the members of Congress?
Well, I think there's actions that we can take. There's conversations with the speaker of should they, so I serve with two of them on Homeland Security Committee, should they lose their spot on Homeland? Should they be censored? To be determined. I don't really have an answer for that yet.
I think that's what we want. Congressman, I love what you're doing, and you're representing everything that we voted for. But this is what gets me so crazy with both sides of the aisle. We talk a big game. We know they've broken the law. We know they should be censored or removed from committee hierarchy, and we just never see what we would call a perp walk.
Why didn't we? What about Joe Biden? Right? Why didn't we impeach him? I mean, the promise was made to the American people in the last Congress. We didn't impeach Joe Biden. We should have. The evidence was there. It was overwhelming. I'm with you. Let's take action.
The gavel. You didn't have the speakership, right? I mean,
the 118th we did.
Well, you did.
But we still didn't impeach Joe Biden. So
right, you could have done what they did to Trump twice.
That's right.
Impeach on an air ball.
Exactly.
On a total miss. But we're going to leave right there. Congressman Andy Ogles, thank you very much, and love what you're doing, defending everything everyone voted for Trump to do. Close the damn border and send the criminals home. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. God bless.
You too. All right, before we head to break, just wanted to remind you all about my podcast and YouTube page, which are updated daily. You can hear the show, tons of other content. By the way, I'm doing this whole week and probably going forward, we're going to break down the P. Diddy, the Diddy trial, which is unbelievable what's going on over there. Some of the stuff that's coming out of that trial will blow your mind. Thought you knew what was going on in freak-offs in Diddy land? You have no idea. Well, we're breaking it down. But you got to subscribe. Just head over to YouTube or anywhere you get podcasts. It's absolutely free, but it's unique content, and we don't hold back, folks. See you 2.5 minutes after the break. With this race-laced, joyless classic, who can't handle the voting demographic of the state of Iowa?
These are white Christians. That this is a state that is overrepresented by white Christians that are going to participate in these caucuses, yes, especially tonight. And this is a hyper-evangelical white state.
White Christians, ooh, bad, right? From the Iowa caucuses over to Super Tuesday, where Joyless was absolutely convinced that white people don't care about being poor thanks to Bidenomics. No, they care about, quote, brown people coming over the border.
But Republican voters don't vote that way. They don't vote based on economics or based on the benefits they're getting economically from the president. They're increasingly, from the Tea Party on, they're voting on race. They're voting on this idea of an invasion of brown people over the border. The idea that they can't get whatever job they want. A black person got it, therefore drive all the blacks out of the colleges, get rid of DEI. That is what they're voting on. Therefore,
a reckless domestic policy, week after week after week. And it's no surprise if this turns into, as well, a reckless foreign policy.
They just can't take it. They can't take it. You know, Trump's over there being a businessman. He's obviously going there, cutting deals. He cut $600 billion with the Saudis, $260 billion with Qatar, another couple $100 billion. He's going to walk back here with $1.2 trillion in business deals, effectively making the presidency the biggest corporation on the planet, and for good reason. This is why I wanted Trump from day one in 2015, before he even announced. I knew running the country like a businessman that Trump is, would be the right thing to do. $1.2 trillion in business activity coming in one trip in 3 days by Trump overseas. Phenomenal. But guys like Hakeem Jeffries, they can't stand the success. I don't know about you. I kind of like all the winning, not getting tired of it. That's one thing Trump was wrong about. He said we were going to get tired of winning so much. Not yet. Jeffries is one of the many Democrats who's decided to play with fire. A few of his immature colleagues stormed an ICE facility. We've been talking about it all day. And just because the angry Dems are making a joke out of it does not mean there will not be consequences. Trump is pissed, and so are countless law-abiding non-Democrat Americans who, like the rest of us, can't just do whatever they want whenever they want with no consequences. Here's Team Obama again, launching threats across the aisle should any of the reckless Democrat buddies get arrested. Listen.
Your statement the other day after there was this incident in Newark, you said they better not touch our members.
Correct.
What happens if they were to go and arrest these members, or if they would try to sanction them here in the House of Representatives?
They'll find out.
What would you do?
They'll find out.
What recourse? But doesn't that broach a...
They'll find out.
Doesn't that go across...
That's a red line.
What's the red line, though? I know we have this...
It's a red line. It's very clear. First of all, I think that the so-called Homeland Security spokesperson is a joke. It's a joke. They know better than to go down that road, and it's been made loudly and abundantly clear to the Trump administration. We're not going to be intimidated.
We can't handle it. It just cannot handle it. Pothole Pete, remember him? Pete Buttigieg. Well, he hasn't said much since old Joe left town, but Pete is using his voice to defend Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the angry, deported MS-13 gangbanger who beat the crap out of his wife a few times. At this point, is an unofficial member of the Democrat Party, wouldn't you say? I don't know, maybe he'll run for president in 2028. They don't care if he was born here or not, do they? Listen to Mayor Pete defend this criminal with his life.
They're saying like, oh, well, this guy, he's a criminal. The whole point is that no one person, least of all, no one politician, gets to decide that you're a criminal. Who decides?
Okay, folks. Okay, ready, rumble, chat, get her chat, ready, chats, light up. Pete Buttigieg, Mayor Pete, he's going to be the Democrat nominee for president in 2028. I'm saying it here now. What's the date? May 15th? Hey, Mad Dog, jump on for a second. Mark this calendar. Take a little video of this, because I'm saying May 15th, 2025, that Mayor Pete Buttigieg will be the Democrat nominee for president in 2028.
I will mark this down on the calendar.
Thank you. AOC continues to spout the same toxic BS about Medicare and the Republican Party. I kid you not, the same exact talking points that we've heard for months from AOC. She just won't let them go. She's completely wrong about them, yet she can't help but running her pie hole. Watch.
Who do you believe? The people who are trying to cut this, not, by the way, to cut from quote-unquote undeserving people to give to deserving people, but they are cutting these Medicaid care and these Medicaid dollars to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk and billionaires. So this money isn't even going towards funding better care for people who are eligible. This money is going, and we are cutting money and health care from people and families who are suffering to pay for tax cuts for the rich. It is a crime happening in front of the American public right now. I yield back.
None of that is true. No, the Republicans want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. There's massive waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare, Medicaid, so many programs, even the Defense Department. No one's benefits are getting cut. We're just going to stop sending 200, 300-year-old people Medicare benefits. After demolishing Ilhan Omar the other day, it appears as though James Carville has a bit more to say about some of his other sloppy and counterproductive Democrat peers. In fact, he ran through a list of buzzwords that his party needs to drop. This is how they do. They just circle the wagons. Listen to Carville.
Don't use the word equity. Use equality to your little heart's desire. People basically don't know what it means, and if they do know what it means, it looks like you tried to force an outcome. This is another really stupid word, oligarch. Who the knows what an oligarch is? But I wouldn't even use the LBGQT plus or whatever it is. I just call people gay, a lesbian, or trans, or bi. I don't know. There's nothing. It's just the way you are. But you don't need to come up with other words for things. And you're trying to signal that there's something wrong with the term, or you're just trying to show people how smart you are. So don't use words like that. Don't use words like intersectionality. God, I was listening to during the pandemic. I was listening to NPR, and they had this panel discussion like they're doing. They talk about intersectionality. I literally thought they would kind of go overboard in ecstasy on the radio. And okay, it's a real thing. No one uses the term intersectionality except for NPR.
I got a few more words Carville might recommend his Democrat counterparts not use. I say they don't use inflation is transitory, or maybe they shouldn't use the border is secure. This next one is great. The lunatics over at The View celebrating the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV. Apparently, Leo's grandparents were Haitian. Take a guess at what the ladies on The View, especially Sonny Hostin, well, they would play the race card. Of course, Sonny, she can't help herself. Watch.
As it turns out, our new American Pope has Haitian and Black roots. So we actually have a Black Pope. Apparently, it's like chef's kiss for me. So apparently, both of his maternal grandparents are described as Black, Haitian, or mulatto in several census documents. And on their marriage license, the grandfather's birth place is Haiti, listed as Haiti. Her birthplace is listed as born in New Orleans. They were identified as people of color, but in 1920, when they migrated to Chicago, the census reflected their race as white.
So I'm loving everything
so
about
I'm loving. I'm really.
So is the Pope woke or not? Because he's black. I don't care. So what? His race is black. He's got black blood. What does that matter? Matter how he popes? Isn't that what we're supposed to do, Sonny Hostin? By the way, keep the Pope idea on your mind for a second, because we're going to come back in 2.5 minutes with Steve Bannon, see what he thinks about the new Pope. Mad Dog, it's a live shot of Vatican City, yeah?
Yes, sir.
That's relevant because we're going to have a nice discussion. I want to bring in my favorite time of the day. My favorite time of the day because I learn something every day with the last 6-7 minutes of the show because we bring in Stephen K. Bannon, and he's the smartest man I know. Literally the smartest man I know. Mr. Bannon, so this whole debate, by the way, kudos to you. I heard 10 days before the Pope was announced in the conclave, before he had the white smoke, you predicted Pope Leo XIV. What was your tell? How'd you know? Do you even have contacts inside the Vatican?
Deep in the Curia, not just the Vatican, inside the Curia. No, because it's obvious they needed someone to continue on with the radicalness of Bergoglio, but they didn't want somebody as offensive as Bergoglio. The Prevost had only been raised to cardinal less than 2 years before. He knew all the archbishops. He was part of that dicastery headed up. And more importantly, the cash flow, because the traditional Latin Mass church here in the United States, which is on fire for growth and vocations, really cut off the money. They're down, 50%. They have a major liquidity problem. They need the big American donors, so they need an American. Remember, they would never have picked an American in a million years, so they think the American church is too powerful with the money and all that. So, and Cardinal Prevost really spent most of his adult life outside the country, Peru, Rome, running the Augustinian order. So, no, he was a perfect pick. We did a ton of work and talked to a lot of people, and this name Prevost kept coming up, the logic for it, and it was pretty obvious going to happen. And remember, it took just a day. It was only like third or fourth ballot for an unknown guy. So the fix is that this election of the Pope was more rigged than the Trump 2020.
I heard there were factions. You
want to go there? I'm going there, baby.
They were voting
blocks. Open this up.
I don't care. Yeah, I'm good with it. Absolutely. I love it. They were voting blocks, and there were a couple of. I guess they were lobbying within the conclave. That's fascinating. But is he woke or not? And the reason why I'm bringing this up are, the initial reaction was MAGA was upset because there were some anti-Trump tweets that Prevost had tweeted prior to becoming elevated to the Pope. Megyn Kelly came out, I believe, yesterday and said, let's give him a chance. Here's an interview with Piers Morgan, the Pope's brother. I can't remember his name. Don't recall his name. Anyway, the brother was on Piers Morgan and described the Pope. Listen.
Well, the suggestion is that your brother, it may be a touch on the woke side. I know you're pretty anti-woke yourself. Can you confirm or deny that your little brother is woke?
I don't know that I'd even go that far to say he's woke. He's probably much more liberal than I am. But that's us.
So it's one thing is a lot of people are patting themselves in the back that they got the Pope's brother. He's liberal, and he said the Pope's more liberal than him.
Yeah, he was good. He was for them, for the radicals. It's a perfect pick. He has a much calmer demeanor. He's not as arrogant as Bergoglio. Remember, he's not a Jesuit. The Jesuits are very arrogant. The Augustinian order is a very humble order. They're essentially missionaries. But he's just as radical. He follows in the continual line. They all say that. There's no debate about what he's going to do, but he's a gentler face, better organized. And he can, the U.S. donors, the fat cat donors, going to want to rub up against the Pope and get access and get all their, what donors want. They want, papal titles and special blessings on their marriage to give money. Yeah. It's essentially the indulgences of that the Augustinian order's most famous monk, Martin Luther, actually caused a huge division in the church that gave us gave us the Protestant wing of Christianity.
Take a listen.
Away from the Catholic Church.
A reporter gets a quick response from the new Pope yesterday. Watch.
Father, any message to the United States?
Word many, not that God bless, but the many. Any message to the United States? Many. A lot of people are trying to scratch their head and go, "Uh-oh, what's this message going to be?"
Yeah. Little known fact. There's another clip in that in the Piers Morgan, because that's where I called it 10 days before a thing. That is 5 billion to 1 odds. His brother, the one that's MAGA, and put up all the Nancy Pelosi stuff that they made him take down, was actually a petty officer when I was a junior officer in NCNJ.
I did hear that.
My destroyer. We were shipmates.
I did hear that.
We were shipmates. That's 5 billion to 1.
Well, you know what? Before the next Super Bowl, I'm going to get the War Room and Steve Bannon and do a little of their deep investigative. I mean, I'll lay some serious wood on whoever Steve picks. I got a minute or so.
I tell you, Bowling. Here's the thing. If you do a great job in Rio, following the Rio reset with the guys at Birch Gold, which I know you'll do, we'll fleet you up to go to Rome, and you'll do some investigative reporting as only Eric Bowling. You see, I love the whole concept. Bowling in Rome, right? Bowling in Rome. That's not Ben Harnwell. Bowling in Rome. That's not Pasobic. Bowling in Rome.
I'm in. Listen, I'll go to Rio. I want to do that. I'm in. Just very quickly, someone sent this to me, Steve, and I wanted you to see this. Let's turn on the light. We're gonna show it in this camera. Check this out. What do you think of this? Now, this is Mount Rushmore. Now, if you look closely, Steve, screen right, there's a fifth bust on Mount Rushmore. It's Donald J. Trump. What do you think of that? That's pretty cool.
Wow. I mean, that's what I voted for. Let's do it.
I mean, really, right? How do we do it? How do we do a ban bowling bill through Congress to get Trump on Mount Rushmore?
I don't think we do a Congress. No. I don't think we do a Congress. I think what you do, I know it's a national park, maybe get a waiver, but we privately fund it. Here's my theory. We take the jet from Qatar, since they're going to have to take it apart over 5 years and rebuild it. We just take it as is, flip it, sell it on eBay. The proceeds go to build, to put President Trump up on his likeness up on Mount Rushmore. You like that?
Yeah, we hire a bunch of guys with chisels and hammers, and then we just chisel Trump into.
I didn't say we oversee it. No, we'll get real guys. We'll get real guys.
Bannon with his construction hat on and goggles, going, a little bit more off, thin his face out a little bit.
I'm serious. Hang on. For all the mocking and ridiculing I get from certain areas of the establishment and from the left, President Trump said today, we had it in the cold open, he says, hey, a lot of people talk about me running for a fourth term. I got to think about it. He's open. I'm just saying he's open.
I'm not kidding.
The troops, he's open.
I'm not kidding. Take that shot again, Mount Rushmore. That needs to be. His head needs to be added to Mount Rushmore. I'm not joking, folks. I'm serious. Steve, I stole a minute of your show. I apologize. Always good talking to you. That's and I got something special for you tomorrow. Something special.
Best minute in all media. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, folks. When we teed it up today, we were playing the track of the 14th Amendment. Over the argument over in SCOTUS, which was right across the street from us. Mike Davis, the Viceroy, is going to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing expanded to be a lot more than just talking about birthright citizenship. So let's go ahead and play our cold open. The Viceroy is next in the War Room.
Elena Kagan wondered why the administration would ever bring the merits of this case to the Supreme Court.
Let's assume that you lose in the lower courts pretty uniformly, as you have been losing on this issue, and that you never take this question to us. I mean, I noticed that you didn't take the substantive question to us. You only took the nationwide injunction question to us. I mean, why would you take the substantive question to us? You're losing a bunch of cases. This guy over here, this woman over here, they'll have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us?
Well, in this particular case, we have deliberately not presented the merits to this court on the question of the scope of remedies, because, of course, that makes it a clean vehicle where the court doesn't have to look at the past.
You're ignoring the import of my question. I'm suggesting that in a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else who's going to appeal. They're winning. It's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case.
Joining us now, NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. So, Laura, try to help us understand what exactly was being argued there. I set it up, but I think you can probably bring it to us in simpler terms.
No, you did just great, Katie. I think there's a couple things going on here. One, there is a fundamental clash going on right now, and not just on birthright citizenship, but just generally between the federal courts and this administration. And you saw it a little bit today as Justice Barrett is pressing the Solicitor General about, are you going to follow federal court orders? And he's saying things like generally. That's what's going on the one hand, right? That ongoing tension as we've seen the president criticizing judges for blocking his initiatives and his policies. Then there's the question of really birthright citizenship. And the idea that you could strip away a constitutionally guaranteed right was once seen as a fringe opinion, but now it's being, at least by this administration, embraced as something legitimate. And what Justice Kagan was saying there in the bite that you're playing is, you're not bringing it to us because you know you're going to lose. And so Kagan is saying you're trying to go on the edges here as it relates to nationwide injunctions and limiting the scope of the orders, because on the merits of birthright citizenship, it was sort of taken for granted for a long time that was guaranteed by the Constitution and that you're unlikely to win in front of the Supreme Court. And so instead, you'd rather have these fights in the lower courts. And if it means that a judge in New York says, of course, birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the Constitution, but a judge in Texas says, oh, no, it's not, then you're living in sort of this patchwork universe. And that's where sort of the challengers to this EO have, I think, had some traction, Katie, which is to say you'd actually have a situation in which there are rights guaranteed under the Constitution in New York, but not in Texas.
What do you sort of say to make it clear that this wasn't just about birthright citizenship? It really wasn't about birthright citizenship. It was about whether a judge's ruling, if Trump doesn't like it, actually applies. I mean, just explain what this was.
So this is such a good example for people to try and understand how procedure affects substantive rights. And that's why everyone kept on saying, let's assume that whatever is a substance is unconstitutional. Here, birthright citizenship, the Sotomayor example was about guns. And the question is, how do you get people to be able to vindicate that so that their rights aren't violated? And that is where the sort of whack-a-mole idea, or catch me if you can, is so much at stake, because the court could say you have to bring individual cases all around the country, and that means each person has to do that. And so rights can be violated against all sorts of people, and only if you happen to have a lawyer and you happen to get there to court in time. This is not hypothetical. And here's the thing I'd say for people who are saying, give me a concrete example. We are seeing it in the immigration front every single day. The Supreme Court said that you have to bring this by habeas. Some people are like, I don't know what that is. What does it mean? It means you have to bring these individual cases. And what is happening? You have a patchwork of decisions. You have people having to race around the country. And what is the government doing? They are literally playing whack-a-mole. They're playing a shell game with people's lives. They move people around to jurisdictions where there's not yet a court case that says you can't do this, so they can export people or really extract them from this country. So we're seeing that confluence of procedure affect people's substantive rights. And that's really being what's at the heart of what's happening here today, but in a different context of birthright citizenship.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The year of our Lord 2025, the Viceroy joins us. Mike, this thing quickly metastasized to a discussion far beyond just birthright citizenship. Can you walk us through what exactly happened today? And is Weissman your favorite guy? Is he right or is he wrong, sir?
Well, it was a bit of a muddled mess today at the Supreme Court. Look, it is very clear under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution that the birthright citizenship provision of the 14th Amendment was enacted to overturn the Dred Scott decision, to make sure that the children of freed slaves were citizens of the United States and they had the rights of citizens of the United States. That's what the intent of the birthright citizenship provision of the 14th Amendment was. That was expanded by the Supreme Court to include, in the Chinese exclusion case, that was expanded to include lawful permanent residents of the United States. The children of lawful permanent residents of the United States also have birthright citizenship under the Chinese exclusion case of the United States. But foreign ambassadors' children do not have birthright citizenship. Invading armies, kids do not have birthright citizenship. People don't realize this, but even American Indians did not have birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Congress had to pass a statute to give American Indians birthright citizenship because the Supreme Court said that they don't have it under the 14th Amendment. So ask this question: if American Indians didn't have birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment, how the hell do illegal aliens kids have birthright citizenship? They don't. They don't have allegiance to the United States, which is a critical component of the 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship provision. You have to show allegiance to the United States. If you are a lawful permanent resident kid, you have allegiance to the United States. If you are an illegal aliens kid, if you're a Tren de Aragua or MS-13 baby, your parents do not have allegiance to the United States, and therefore you should not have birthright citizenship. Now, I don't know if the Supreme Court is even going to get to the merits of that question. They're going to decide the issue of nationwide injunctions. Can one of these 680 district court judges around the country issue a nationwide injunction, effectively legislation by a judge, unconstitutional legislation by a judge, and stymie the will of American voters by putting a nationwide injunction on the duly elected president of the United States? It's unclear after today's courtroom proceedings where the Supreme Court is going to land on either of those issues.
But I want to, for the non-lawyers, myself included, I think Slaughter's the Solicitor General. Was he caught? It looked like, I don't know, to the untrained eye, like a trap set by our favorite Amy Coney Barrett and was it Kagan that went down this road of even not talking about birthright citizenship, but was going down this issue about was Trump going to follow court orders, almost teeing up this constitutional crisis we've talked about and bringing it up to the court essentially today, as they should decide it in this opinion on this. Am I wrong? Am I misinterpreting what I heard?
Well, John Sauer is the Solicitor General of the United States, and he's a friend of mine. He's a very effective advocate. He's the one who won the presidential immunity case for President Trump, which ended this lawfare against President Trump and helped President Trump get back into the White House. He is a brilliant attorney, a brilliant advocate, a former Supreme Court clerk for Justice Alito. So to the extent that any of these justices were playing political games, I think John Sauer did as well as anyone could do to advocate on behalf of the president's positions and not falling into those traps.
Yeah, I'm not opining to his job. I thought he actually did a good job. But it seemed like some of the justices, particularly our favorite ACB and a couple of the liberals, were talking about a totally separate set of issues than the issue that was supposed to be before them, sir.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Steve, and you have to ask yourself why the ladies of the court were going down that path. I mean, those questions were not before the court today. They weren't relevant to those cases, and so it's a very good question. It sounds like when they do things like that, they become political.
Is this teeing up in your mind that we're hurtling towards this? Because she asked point blank, did she not, ACB? Is the Trump administration going to follow the court's decisions?